Hi there, everyone, my dear lovely family, friends, fellow Africans. Today we are live. We are going to focus on the lies of a new face of Africa, Captain Ibrahim Traore. So, brothers and sisters, watch this video and you may share also this video to other Africans because we are going live to share and to hear how Captain Ibrahim Traore came to power and what he has done till today and how he has transformed the shape and the government systems in Africa. So you're welcome.
Situation in Burkina Faso must be understood in the context of history. And that history, Burkina Faso, in my view, must be understood in the context of history with the emergence of Thomas Sankara. When Thomas Sankara took power in what was then Upper Volta, he changed the name of the country to Burkina Faso, the land of the upright men. That was seen as a revolution, and many things happened under the leadership of Thomas Sankara until he was eliminated in 1987. We now know that one of the people who participated was a close compatriot who became the president, Blaise Compaoré, and that is in the public domain. That short stint was so dramatic in the lives of the people of Burkina Faso and in Africa that Thomas Sankara became an icon. And the rise of Ibrahim Traore is almost seen as a reincarnation of Thomas Sankara and his revolutionary fervor. And that is why he has become a poster boy for the new Africa. But let us understand how it came about. In the year 2022, in the month of January, the government of Roch Marc Christian Kabore was overthrown in January. And part of the accusation against the Kabore administration was that they had failed to eliminate the Islamic insurgency in the northern part of Burkina Faso. But Kabore did not stay in power for too long. In the month of September, in fact, in the month of September, the administration that had overthrown Kabore in January, that was the administration of Paul Henry Sandaogo Damiba. That is the administration that overthrew Kabore. He himself was to be overthrown in the month of September, the year 2022, by Ibrahim Traore and his colleagues. And the reason why I think Traore then very quickly became the poster boy was because of the decisions that he made to sever ties with France. His language was that we had remained a neo-colonial state for too long. Re-echoing what Thomas Sankara had said, his language was that we must have our own resources. If it is our uranium, let us use our uranium. If it is feeding ourselves, let us engage in agriculture that is going to feed our people. Let us ensure that we, the Burkinabe, are doing things that are in the interest of the Burkinabe and therefore in the larger interest of the continent of Africa. And it also came at a time when there is general disillusionment with the ballot. Africans had been persuaded, particularly after the collapse of the Berlin Wall, that this thing called democracy as defined by the West was the alpha and omega of good governance. You had to have multi-party politics, you had to have periodic elections, and people went to the ballot. In many cases, the ballot was not very useful because the vote was stolen. And if it was not stolen, the people who emerged from the ballot did not do anything for the people. So the people wanted drama, the people wanted change, the people wanted sound rhetoric, the people wanted Pan-African rhetoric. And in many ways, Ibrahim Traore, as it stands now, represents that. But remember, his administration has only been in power for 3 years. In the life of a nation, that is a very short time. And one may say the beginning is good, but the journey is still long. Once again, when one continues that conversation, I want us to remember that in the year 2014, in Malabo, in Equatorial Guinea, African heads of states and government came up with the Malabo Protocol that outlawed unconstitutional changes of power. And in that context, unconstitutional changes of power had to be defined, and they were defined under the Malabo Declaration of the year 2022, where the African heads of state not only reiterated what had been said in 2014, but also formed the African Court on Human and People's Rights and said unconstitutional change of power means this: acquiring power by a coup d'etat, 2, refusing to hand over power when you have lost an election, and 3, tampering with constitutional processes to extend one's life in office. So to the outside world, to your typical African leader, including the African Union, the rise to power of Ibrahim Traore is seen as unconstitutional change of power and rise to power. And that is why Burkina Faso, alongside Niger and Mali, have been suspended from the activities of the African Union. Why then are the people of Africa celebrating those who have acquired power in what other African leaders are calling unconstitutional change of power? Why is it that people who are described by the Western media and by African media as leading military juntas have become so unpopular? The reason is not far to seek. They have seen the so-called democratically elected leaders in different parts of Africa. They are corrupt. Some of them are murderous. And some of them are plain anti-people because they don't do that which is in the interest of the people. The people of Africa have seen how people who are in power retain and extend their stay in power for unnecessarily long when they are delivering nothing. And Ibrahim Traore's administration presents a hope, presents in the view of particularly young Africans a light at the end of the tunnel. And what is that light saying? That light is saying, and it can be heard through the echo chambers, saying, you the colonizers, you the French, who in 1958 pretended to hand over political power, we no longer want to be with you. We no longer want to be your latter-day slaves. Traore is being heard as saying that. Traore is being heard as saying, you the neo-colonizers who have given us the short hand of the stick, you reap where you have not sown. You take our uranium, you take our resources, you take our minerals, and you give us a pittance. You are not going to do it anymore. You, the colonizers who handed over to us systems of governance that cannot work, including electoral commissions, including printing ballots in your own countries, including printing paper currency in your own countries, we will not allow you. He is saying that. You, the colonizers who, when we want to liberate ourselves, you create insurgency, you sow seeds of discord within our ranks, we are not going to allow you to do that. You, the African Union, who ought to be protecting us as Africans, you, Ecowas, who ought to be protecting us as Africans, you too appear to be mere lapdogs of the international order, particularly the West. To the extent that he is saying that, he is striking the right chords of a dissatisfied, disillusioned people in the continent of Africa, and their wish and desire is that there is a new dawn. A new dawn where governance will be different. A new dawn where governance will be people-centered. A new dawn where the umbilical cord between the colonizer and the free peoples will be severed. That is what, in the minds of many, Ibrahim Traore represents, and that is his appeal. Remember, throughout history, people, and this is human, always want symbols of what they are fighting about. In the struggle for independence, if you look at other nations, in Ghana it was Nkrumah, Tanzania it was Nyerere, in Zambia it was Kaunda, in Malawi it was Banda, in Mozambique it was Machel, Angola it was Neto. But this is now big because Traore has come at a time when there is what I call African Renaissance, and people want things that are pan-African to defy what happened in Berlin in 1884 and 1885. That is what is happening. He is that symbol. You know, in history, people emerge, or leadership emerges that is defined by environment. Upper Volta had been one of the French colonies that was seen to be wedded to the Paris government, almost in the class of La Côte d'Ivoire or Senegal at one time. When Thomas Sankara came and said, we've got to recognize ourselves, and started by changing the name of the country, that was unprecedented. It was only in Ghana that Nkrumah had changed the name of Gold Coast to Ghana. This was new, this was fresh. And Thomas Sankara then was seen in that mold, a servant leader who says, I do not want the trappings of power, I do not want long motorcades, I do not want security that is a mere display of power. I want to serve the people. I don't want to ride in Mercedes-Benz or Bentley or Cadillac. I want something that is functional, something that moves. And when Thomas Sankara appears in 1987 at the OAU meeting in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and calls for our refusal to pay debts, he created a revolutionary fervor in Burkina Faso. And Traore is in that tradition. He was young then, but the stories must have been told to him of Thomas Sankara. And remember, they come out of the same environment, the military environment. They may have been trained after the style of the French, but sometimes you've got to swim in the oceans of the enemy in order to know who they are. So he grew in that environment, and when therefore he comes and says, we are leading, When he comes and says, we are not going to have the trappings of power to prevent us from working for the people. When he comes and says, my salary is not going to be increased. When he comes and says, I'm not going to be summoned to appear in European capitals. When he comes and says that the IMF and the World Bank are not going to dictate to us what to do. When he comes and says that the mineral companies of the West are not going to tell us what to do, we are going to choose our own friends in the international arena. He is speaking for many people in the continent of Africa. And that is why, for the moment, he remains in the minds and hearts of many people. And the prayer of many is that he does not change. Because power has its own way of changing and corrupting people. The prayer of many who are watching him is that he remains on course, that he remains faithful to the agenda, that he remains faithful to his declared position that he is a people's servant, that he is a midwife to deliver for the people of Burkina Faso and to ensure that the quality of their lives is improved. For the moment, he is receiving the best judgment that a leader can expect. He can do no wrong in the minds of many. And the media and social media is populated with a lot of artificial intelligence things which are attributed to him. And they are all positive. That is a statement of the hunger that Africans have for positive messaging. It gives hope. It tells them that it can be done and that it must be done. So in the same way, for those who read the Bible, as Moses stood before his people and said, I'm going to part the Red Seas, Traore is expected to part Red Seas, almost to summon manna from heaven, almost to cause pillars of fire to stand between them and the neo-colonizers. The expectations are great. The situation as it is in the Sahel region must be understood at two levels. Level number one is that it has brought forth a new generation of leaders. And remember, it started in the year 2021 with the coup d'etat in Mali, when Atimi Goita overthrew the administration of Ndao. When he did that, the rebellion started, and immediately after that, there was the Burkina Faso coup in 2022, and immediately after that, in 2023, there was the coup in Niger. And immediately after that, you saw that they were expelled, and the three countries have moved out of the economic community of West African states and created their own one in the Sahel. And remember that that region is also infested by insurgencies who we think are also manufactured by the former colonizer France. Remember that that region has said we are having one currency. Remember they've said that we are allowing free movement of people. Remember that they are removing tariff and non-tariff barriers. Remember that the French have also ensured that their kin and kith in the West are hostile to those administrations, and of course by extension hostile to Burkina Faso. Remember that they were exploiting the uranium. Remember they were exploiting their minerals. Remember that they saw these as satellite states, and it is for that reason why Russia became attractive as a trusted ally. And many in the West sometimes don't understand why Russia is attractive as an alternative to the Western countries. The history is long, but let us cut it short. Russia was not a colonizer. Despite attempts by some Western historians to say that they attempted to colonize in Africa, they did not. So there is no colony of Russia. And even when the Soviet Union existed prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, and we use the word Russia as if it was the same as the Soviet Union. At least that is what happened in many parts of Africa. And what did they do? They were seen in the early days to be positive supporters of African initiatives. In Egypt, during the administration of Gamal Abdel Nasser, when the West had refused to build the Aswan High Dam, it is the Russians who came. In Ghana, the Russians were friendly to Kwame Nkrumah, of course, then a Soviet Union. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, when the UN had refused and or failed to come in aid of Patrice Emery Lumumba, it is the Russians who are called, and then Lumumba was called a communist. So the Russians were also present in Angola to support NATO. They were present in Mozambique to support Mondlane and Machel. They were present in Zimbabwe to support Nkomo and Mugabe. They were present to support the African National Congress in South Africa. Their presence in Africa has been seen as positive. And they have been seen as a friend who does not want to humiliate and dominate. They may have their interest in having minerals, they may have their interest, as indeed every country does, but they are people you can call friends, not fair weather friends. And it is in that context that then they become a natural choice for two reasons. One, historical. Secondly, because they have the military wherewithal. Remember that this world is the law of the jungle. And if you have a friend who is feared by your enemy, then that does guarantee your security. And it's that context, therefore, that you see Russia have become in many ways the protectors of this administration at the request of the administration. Because if it were not so, history tells us that you can be eliminated. And we have had many rumors of attempts at the life of Ibrahim Traore. And these colonizers, they don't do so directly. They use your very own. They create fifth columnists within your very own system. And if you had any doubt, how did they eliminate Thomas Isidore Noel Sankara? Through the people that he thought were his friends. In Kiswahili we say, kikulacho kingoni mwako. That which bites you is inside the clothes that you wear. And that is why you need friends who will stand by you, come rain or shine. And for the moment, the Russians have demonstrated that they are such friends. When one talks about friendship, particularly in this harsh world, where in truth it can be said there is a new scramble for Africa, in this harsh world where the European powers, former colonizers, are losing their territory and influence one by one, in this harsh world where the Western countries, the conceptual West, believe that they are losing their territories to Russia and China, to be a friend of Russia is to invite enemies from the West. And that is why you see, using even African institutions, they threaten Burkina Faso, they threaten Mali, they threaten Niger. Using different methods, they try to ensure that they drain water out of your pond so that you cannot survive. So in the short to medium term, it is going to be a difficult time. Difficult because they'll try to choke you. They'll try to ensure that they create an environment where your people rise up against you. They'll try to ensure that there is dissatisfaction. So going forward, what I would myself suggest is that the engagement be structured and be beyond human beings. Human beings can only exist for so long. But in order to ensure that friendship is guaranteed, the friendship between Burkina Faso and Russia must look beyond Traore and beyond Putin. And that can be done by ensuring that the engagements are of mutual strategic interest for the countries, so that if it is in agriculture, if it is in the mining sector, if it is in tourism, if it is military, then those structures are put in place, and 100 years from today, holding all factors constant, they can survive those who entered into them as agreements. You know, when Traore came to power, and let us retrace the history again, that he came to power after Compaoré had been removed and had sought asylum outside of the country, I think in La Côte d'Ivoire. He came to power after Jean-Marc Christian Kabore's administration had been taken away. He came to power after Damiba had been taken away. And when he came and he appeared to be relieving and reviving what I call the Sankaraist philosophy, he became an immediate enemy of Paris, led by Macron. And Macron, you see, has carried himself almost as the latter-day Napoleon Bonaparte. To the extent that he has done so, anybody who is not towing the line, Macron, I think, sees himself, and this is subject to debate, not only as Napoleon Bonaparte, but also as Charles de Gaulle. And in that regard, he believes that the territories which were colonized by them must behave. Remember in 1958, after the yes-no vote, in which case only Secretary of Guinea voted no, they used to refer to former French colonies as territoire de haute mer. These are our foreign territories in the distant land. So when you break loose, as Burkina did, says, what is happening here? Who do they think they are? Do they think they can withstand France? So it is personal anger. It is ego that has been hurt, and that can be dangerous. Hence, the reaction that you see from Paris. In other words, from the standpoint of Paris, Ibrahim Traore and his compatriots are giving a bad example to otherwise good boys and girls. When you look at Traore and Burkina Faso now, I think there are four categories of people when you look at how they are dealing with the Traore. There is category number one of leaders who are wedded to their colonizers, who think, oh, this young man, we've seen many like him, he's just a flash in the pan, he'll come and go. That is category number one. And I'm sure they tell their masters in the West, we have seen many, didn't we see Sankara? Didn't we see Lumumba? Didn't we see Nkrumah? Didn't we see Machel? Category number one. Category number two are those who are saying, I wish it was me who was getting this kind of adulation. What could I have done in order to ensure that my name is emblazoned on every other media? Those are actuated by ego and malice and envy and jealousy. That is another category of African leaders. The other category of African leaders are those who fear. They fear that what this young man and his compatriots are doing is setting a bad example, and I must now look very keenly at what my young men and women in the army are doing. They can't sleep because they fear that they themselves can meet the fate of those who are removed by Traore. So they fear in that regard. Then there is the fourth positive category. They are few and far between. They are the ones who say, yes, these things we call unconstitutional changes of power, this is not unconstitutional change of power. This is rebellion, and not just rebellion. This is revolution. And they are saying, let us not ostracize these young men and women. They actually represent a new generation of Africans who are impatient, who feel let down. Let us support them. One of them who is emerging in that category is my very good friend, John Dramani Mahama of Ghana, who upon returning to power in Ghana told the Ecowas leaders, we must engage the Sahelians. And he's been to Ouagadougou, he's been to Bamako, he's been to Niamey. They are saying that this situation is a clarion call to the entire continent of Africa, that if we don't change for the better, then we will be eliminated. So when you look at the situation in Burkina Faso, those are the four forces that are operating within the African continent. Then there is a fifth force from outside of the continent. This is France. These young people are making us to lose our spheres of influence. They think they are going to make something to work in Burkina Faso. We will not allow it. What we are going to do is to cause and support insurgency, so that if there is no total breakdown of law and order in those countries, then there will be a civil war. And I can tell you, they are doing everything in their power, covertly and overtly, to undermine those administrations. And I have no doubt in my mind that on a daily basis, they have individuals in their intelligence community asking, how can we eliminate him? Can we eliminate him by poisoning his toothpaste like we tried before with other people? What do we use? On a daily basis, they are planning. In 1965, Nkrumah gave an iconic speech. He said that it is the duty of the military to support the government in power, and the duty of the military not to be involved in politics. But if it becomes necessary for the military to get involved in politics, it should only be for a short time as justified by necessity, and then they must go back to their military duties. In other words, even the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah himself, who unfortunately ended up being a victim of a military coup, did appreciate that there may be circumstances in which it can become necessary. In Africa, why is it becoming necessary? It is becoming necessary because those who are in office have perfected the art of sustaining themselves in power by manipulating the ballot. You know, there are 55 African countries, 54 recognized internationally. 40 of those countries print their ballots outside of the continent of Africa. And there is evidence in the cases of some of these countries that ballots are actually pre-marked in favor of certain candidates. So you can wake up all you want very early in the morning, but as was said by one leader many years ago, it is not those who vote that matter, but those who count the votes. So today, you walk across Africa and you hear young people saying, what is the purpose of voting anyway? The result is predetermined. And these individuals, once they get into power, what is their greatest claim to fame? They are thieves, they are liars, they are murderers. So people are becoming helpless. And it is in this context when an enlightened or a group of enlightened individuals in the armed forces then seize power through the barrel of the gun, then they get the people's support, because the people say, we don't like these individuals, and therefore we are not going to listen to these individuals who say that power has been seized unconstitutionally. We are going to argue that the end justifies the means. And this is why, therefore, coups are becoming something that are celebrated. That is why there were people dancing in the streets of Niamey. That is why there were people dancing in the streets of Bamako. That's why there were people dancing in the streets of Libreville. That is why there were people dancing in the streets of Ouagadougou. And I'm sure there are many more in different African countries waiting to dance and asking themselves, when will an enlightened group of men and women emerge in our country to save us from... Burkina Faso has tried to achieve many things, but I also want us to contextualize Burkina Faso. The Burkina Faso economy is a small economy. Its GDP at very best is just slightly over 20 billion United States dollars. That is a small economy. But as the saying goes, you cut your coat according to your cloth. And what the administration of Traore has tried to do is, number one, to restore people's confidence and pride and esteem. That must never be forgotten, that people simply want to live free. They don't want to feel that they are enslaved or they are slaves of anybody. I think that has been done, giving meaning to the name of the country, the Burkina Faso, the land of the upright men. Number two, they have identified key areas that touch society. And therefore you see very deliberate focus on agriculture. Deliberate focus, not that they want to mechanize their agriculture in a dramatic way, but ensuring that household situation is proper, that people can have food and grow food that will feed themselves. That, I think, we see that there is quite some investment in agriculture, and attempts actually are being made to even mechanize agriculture to the extent that it is necessary, so that they do not rely on importation from food. That is also happening. The third thing is education, because people recognize that education is an important investment for younger people, and you can see that there's attempts, even in the face of very limited budgets, attempts to ensure that schools are equipped and schools are being managed in a manner that is responsive to the realities of the day, including technology and artificial intelligence. Another area that they have done very well is with a view to taking control of their natural resources. You will know that many of the resources, particularly in the mining sector, for which Burkina Faso is very famous, was under the control of many companies which were based either in Canada, the United States of America, Australia, and of course France. They are saying all the minerals and all these must now be mined for the benefit of the people of Burkina Faso. And they are not saying we are not going to trade with the world. No. They are simply saying there must be trade that ensures that the income that is generated and or realized from the exploitation of our minerals is used for the benefit of the people of Burkina Faso. They have also entered into what I call very useful engagements, and I think there are ongoing negotiations, particularly with the Russian government, with a view to having energy. And I think that in itself is useful in terms of transferring technology, so that some of the seeds or rather the fruits of the seed that are being sown today will only germinate after a short while. And the other thing that I think they have tried to do is to ensure that is printed and covers the three Sahelian countries of Burkina, of Mali, and of course Niger is a good thing. Having a currency that is not pegged on France, CFA franc, I think it is a good thing. Having a military that is focused on the people's plight is important, in eliminating institutions which are simply parasitic upon the population is also a good thing. This is the era and the period of disruption. So what has happened is that a lot of things have been disrupted in the last 3 years, and now they are beginning to get into the era of consolidation. And that is where you now must recognize that you are part of the international community. And that is why Burkina Faso is now receiving very many visitors who are going to that. I know friends of mine from different parts of the world have been visiting Burkina Faso, and I and others actually will be visiting Burkina Faso in the month of October. And this is happening because they have also demonstrated that this could possibly be the beginning of true Pan-Africanism in practical terms. So a lot of things are happening there, and I think when you are doing well, if you allow me a football analogy, when you are moving with the ball towards the goal, the noise is useful to encourage you to hold the ball well, in the knowledge that it is only when you score that you make us happy. So the ball is moving toward the goal, and those who are outside are cheering, and we want to see the ball at the back of the net. Then we will cheer even more. As I said, Ibrahim Traore is a symbol, and a symbol is part of the system. So what young people must realize that success is not an individual achievement. You achieve because you are part of a team. You achieve because you are part of a chain, and a chain has many components. You achieve because you are focused. You achieve because you are courageous. You achieve because you love your country and you are selfless. You achieve because you don't have insatiable appetite for good things. You achieve because you are able to identify friends. You achieve because you have conquered yourself and you want to serve. Those are the positive lessons that young people must draw: discipline, courage, focus. Africa stands at crossroads. And when you are at crossroads, you choose which path you are going to follow. What is happening in Burkina Faso, and by extension in the Sahelian region to include Niger and Mali, is a good thing. A good thing because it is being demonstrated that young Africans can rise above the parapet of mediocrity and begin to shine light in the right direction. Our prayer and our hope is that the people will keep these leaders on a short leash, because good governance must always be underpinned and protected by eternal vigilance of the population, because power can corrupt, and all of us are capable of being corrupted by power. So we must always remind everybody who is in a position
in Burkina Faso to combat the alarming issue of child labor in artisanal gold mining. Between 2022 and 2024, hundreds of children left school to work in mining. And his
Your Excellency, former Prime Minister.
Lord God Almighty, heaven and earth display your glory, your power. Father, we join the host of heaven. We join the angels, the elders, the great cloud of witnesses, and all of creation to say you are worthy, Lord, to receive all glory and power, because you created all things, and for your pleasure they are and were created. What is man that thou art mindful of him? Of man that you take time to attend to the needs of people, of men. So we are grateful for your love, grateful for your loving kindness. We acknowledge that you are the reason why we are here today. Without you, we could not have gathered here. You have allowed us to partake of the blessings of this day. So from the recesses of our hearts, we say thank you. Indeed, it is a privilege to be in this room this morning. And you, as the giver of life, have permitted us to be here. We appreciate you. Now, Father, we commit this glorious gathering before you. Mighty God, we call out to you from this region. Like David said, we lift our eyes to the hills from where our help cometh from. Our help cometh from you, O God, who made the heavens and the earth. And today we are asking for your help. Thank you for the game changers in this room. We ask for the wisdom needed as we discourse. We ask for the wisdom needed for the leaders as they talk on different issues today. Illuminate the hearts of our leaders. Illuminate the hearts of game changers gathered in this room. And we continue to ask, O God, that your glory will find expression through the Sahel. We rise against the forces that have made it difficult for us to enjoy the peace and prosperity that you have given this region, Lord. And we pray that all the forces will cooperate and work together for the prosperity of the Sahel. The forces will cooperate for the advancement of our leaders, the advancement of our people in the Sahel. We know you have also blessed this continent and you have blessed this region, Lord, with riches. Therefore we ask that the earth will yield her fatness unto us. And you will help us to embrace the right set of values so that we can navigate in a way that will bring glory to your name and help the people of the Sahel to enjoy the blessings that you have given them. All of this, Lord, we ask in the name of the Messiah, Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much, Pastor Steele. We'd like to call on some.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم خير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين اللهم ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة في الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ عليتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وباركت على سيدنا محمد ما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما كل كلادك الما سبق الناس بالحق
Thank you. We gather today in our history as a small region with numerous challenges. These challenges the stability, security, and prosperity of its people. The theme of this conversation, rebuilding trust. To give the official welcome remarks, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, my sister, Fatu Kine Jobe. A round of applause for her.
Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Chairperson of the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, Your Excellencies of States, Excellencies, former Vice Presidents, and former Ministers, Honorable Speaker of the Assembly, Honorable, my Lord the Chief Justice, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Lord Mayors and Governors, President of the Ecowas Community of West Africa, Special the Secretary General, Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Assistant Secretary General and the United Nations Development Program, Regional United Nations Special Coordinator Development in the Sahel, and the esteemed representative of the United Nations, Regional Director of the National IDEA, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, service chiefs, senior government officials, civil society organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and the people of the Gambia, I have the honor and privilege to welcome you to the inaugural Sahel Governance Forum at the Sadao de Kairaba Jawara Conference Center in Banjul, the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa. We take great pride having in our midst His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and in hosting the esteemed former heads of states and vice presidents, whose wisdom and statesmanship continue to shape the regional peace and governance efforts. Your presence here today underscores the vital importance of collaborative leadership and sustainable dialogue in addressing the governance challenges and opportunities in our region. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all the delegates represented here, including government officials, civil society leaders, development actors, youth, and women representatives, and technical experts from across the Sahel and beyond. Your engagement in this forum reflects a shared commitment to advancing inclusive, participatory, and resilient governance across the region. The government of the Gambia is proud to partner with the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, the United Nations Development Program, the Office of the UN Special Coordinator for the Development in the Sahel, and the International IDEA, whose collective efforts have made this forum possible. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in co-hosting this gathering, the Gambia stands not only as a geographical base, but as well as a symbol of hopeful transition and the transformative power of unity, dialogue, and shared commitment for now and our future generations. As a nation that has gone through a homegrown transitional justice process, weathered the storm of COVID-19 and the economic impacts that are facing our people and the region, we recognize the immense challenges facing the Sahel and indeed the global development system today. Challenges that test the resolve of governments and citizens alike. The Gambia's recent experience demonstrates that peaceful change grounded in inclusion, respect, and determination is possible. It is the testimony for the region, for all of us here, that true progress is a process, only attainable when we share a common purpose and work together for an inclusive and just society to bring hope, respect, and economic benefit for our people. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we hope that the forum will be a catalyst for innovative partnerships and renewed collective action across the Sahel. And in conclusion, on behalf of the government of the Republic of the Gambia, I warmly welcome you all once again to the Gambia, and we wish you a wonderful stay. in the smiling coast of Africa. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madame Fatou. Your Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, former President of Mali, former President of Burkina Faso, all the leaders, distinguished guests here before us, I stand on all protocol observed by my fellow sisters. Your Excellency Adama Barrow, you have said to us always that you are a champion of women's leadership and engagement. And I know in the past few minutes of the opening of this first Sahel Governance Forum, you have heard from 3 of us. I have the distinguished pleasure of also ensuring you that as much as women want to lead, we lead by also ensuring that we're inclusive and do not want to always take center stage. So I welcome humbly our UN resident coordinator to the Gambia, Mr. Carl Frederick Paul, to also give welcome remarks on behalf of all of us here in the Gambia. And I'm very surprised that I haven't gotten a bit of applause at the excellence Your Excellency, that you have always promoted in terms of ensuring that women lead as we deal with the issues today at hand and for the next 2 days. Please, RC, welcome.
Thank you very much, dear Resident Representative. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mr. Adama Barrow, Excellencies, former Head of State, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Traoré Diakunda of the Republic of Mali, Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly of the Gambia, Fabakary Jatta, His Excellency Omar Aliou Touré, President of ECOWAS, His Excellency Minister of Foreign Affairs of International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, Mr. Alioune Ndiaye, Honorable Ministers of the Gambia here present, Special Representative of the African Union to the Sahel and Mali, Dr. Mamadou Tangara, Undersecretary General, Special Representative of the Secretary General Leonardo Simão of UNOWAS, USG, SRSG, Abari of United Nations Office for Central Africa, UNOCA, USG Special Coordinator in the Sahel, Mr. Abdoulaye Mar Dieye, ASG Aruna Eziakonwa, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director of the Regional Bureau of Africa, Honorable Governor of Bauchi State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, former Prime Ministers of Burkina Faso, Excellencies, Special Advisors, members of the Diplomatic Corps and Consular Corps accredited to the Gambia, the Regional Director of the United Nations Development Coordination Office, Mr. Yakub Elilo, dear colleague of the United Nations here in the Gambia, but also from other countries, members of the public service, ladies and gentlemen, delegate, civil society organization, all protocol respectfully and duly observed. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa, for this Sahel Governance Forum. Please allow me to extend our sincere appreciation to His Excellency Mr. President Adama Barrow and to the people of the Gambia for their gracious acceptance in hosting this forum for us to share knowledge, lesson learned, promote South-South cooperation, and reshape the narrative and collective action of this great region. As the United Nations Resident Coordinator to the Gambia, I would like also to acknowledge and appreciate the collective collaboration and partnership between the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the Office of the UN Special Coordinator for Development of the Sahel, and International IDEA for the invaluable effort in bringing us together to reaffirm our commitment to advancing good governance and sustainable development for the people we all serve. As we gather here today in the Gambia, a country that continues to advance its own democratic transition to the National Development Programme, or YIRIWA, we are reminded that good governance is the enabler of all sustainable development and is also the foundation of peace, security, and of stability. With the many challenges facing the Sahel, like political instability, governance challenges, limited opportunity for young people, and environmental pressures, our collective effort must focus on building resilient institutions and promote inclusive participation to accelerate implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals through homegrown but locally led and globally connected solutions that leave no one behind. Therefore, this forum offers a unique opportunity to reflect, exchange experiences, and reinforce our joint commitment to accountable, inclusive, and transparent governance. It is also a moment to amplify the voices of women and of young people who are a key agent of sustainable change and transformation in our region. The United Nations remains committed to supporting all member states and communities across the Sahel to achieve the aspiration of the 2030 Agenda, but also the African Union's Agenda of 2063. Together, let us work toward a Sahel where governance is not only a reality, but also effective, a just, inclusive, and people-centered approach. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Nations Development System, I wish us all fruitful and productive discussion that will result in meaningful outcome that will advance our shared goal for and with the people we serve in the Sahel and everywhere. Let us rebuild social cohesion and public trust. Thank you once again for being part of this important gathering. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado. Shukran jazilan. Jadedef abaraka. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, UN Resident Coordinator to the Gambia. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, and sincere apologies that we started a little bit later than we expected, but we are so proud of the engagement and attendance that we have not only here in the hall, but also streaming live, working in close collaboration with the technology and all of the systems that are available as we are here in the smiling coast of Africa. We are about to get to a brief interlude, but before I say that, I would just like to thank my dear sister to Senegal, who, under the able leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow and His Excellency former President of Nigeria and founder of the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, working to bring the elders that are seated here before us in Africa so that we can make sure we create a platform for engagement, good discussion, good or bad, but ultimately to ensure that we chart a path on what we can do these challenges. Co-chair, Madame Anne Iyonu, to introduce our high formally. We will also get ready to prepare for a brief interlude to continue and make sure with clear serve. And Jerry Jeff.
The culture and hospitality in Gambia. And Mariam for their while they are getting ready, the present personalities in our midst.
namely Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. Even with their departure, Ecowas continues to consider the three countries as part of the community. And there is strong evidence that the three countries share a similar sense of belonging to the West African community. This is why ECOWAS and the three countries have agreed that despite the withdrawal from ECOWAS, and until a new agreement is reached, the people of West Africa will continue to enjoy the gains of regional integration. In addition, the two sides have agreed to work on conditions that will facilitate collaboration in the area of counterterrorism. The three countries have also indicated their intention to remain as members of some of the ECOWAS agencies, such as GIABA in Dakar and the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development based in Lomé. Excellencies, what all this shows is that some misgivings might surround the institutional frameworks, but nobody in either ECOWAS or in the three countries questions the imperative of working together for the benefit of the people of West Africa. It is in this context that we look forward to the outcome of this forum, which I am confident will include innovative strategies to enhance social cohesion and citizen-state relations, as well as the advancement of governance through stronger democratic institutions that will promote accountability, discipline, and results. Yes, accountability, discipline, and results are values that we cannot overstress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by sharing my personal thoughts about the relationship between governance and development. You see, for many people, governance is all about elections. Elections are important. But reducing governance to elections is a very dim view of governance. Governance, excellencies, Governance excellencies is about accountability. It is about discipline. It is about results. Therefore, unless accountability governs citizens and government relationships, unless discipline permeates our social fabrics, and unless
of the Gambia, Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, very, very important guests today, allow me to stand on already observed protocol. You know, as an African, I often have this nightmare because I attend a lot of meetings on this continent, that while we're observing protocol, a very long list of protocol, the world is leaving us behind. And then I realized I am in the entire West Africa region. The idea in Africa. This forum could not be more timely, ladies and gentlemen. The Sahel is at a crossroads. People are still waiting for state presence. We design on 30%, that's not legitimacy. And over half believe their countries are going in the wrong direction. An erosion of trust that undermines social cohesion and fuels disillusionment. This is a negative environment of prosperity and of legitimacy of a nation, an important nation in this region. In that single courageous act, he spared Nigeria the specter of post-election violence and reminded both the continent and the world that true statesmanship is measured not by how long one holds on to power, but by the dignity with which one lets it go. It is a show of strength, not weakness. I wish that many of our leaders will get the message. His ongoing work now with the West African Elders Forum and his foundation is a beacon for those who believe that power is not an entitlement, but a responsibility. The partnership that we have between Goodluck Jonathan Foundation and UNDP reflects this shared belief that governance is the cornerstone of peace, of resilience, of legitimacy. Your Excellencies, today we are launching a pivotal report, The Future of Governance in the Sahel, Rebuilding Social Cohesion and Public Trust. Based on over a year of consultation with citizens and governments across the region, this report offers very clear messages. The first one is that people are not giving up on the state. They are actually just waiting for the state to show up. The second one is that they are not asking for miracles. They are just asking for institutions that they can trust. And the third is that they want services that deliver, justice that protects, and leaders who are present not just during elections, but during everyday struggles. Governance, as we're reminded, is not abstract, it's personal. It's personal for many of you in this room. It's personal for your families, for your communities, and for your countries. It is the mother in Mopti, in northern Mali, who wants her daughter to go to school without fear. It is about the youth in Tillaberi, in Niger, who dreams of launching a business. not just joining an armed group. It is the artist in Bamenda in Cameroon who to walking away from the things that have been stopping us from playing our own role. We need a shift from managing instability to building legitimacy, from managing poverty to promoting prosperity, from viewing people as nations look inwards and retreat from multilateralism, a system that is designed to save us from ourselves. I ask myself, what time is it? And I think this is Africa's time. This is Africa's moment. This is Africa's century. This is time for Africa to show the world that although it is shaped like a question mark, it has the answer to a broken world. I thank you.
Thank you, Madame Ahuna. I have the singular pleasure as well to introduce our special representative of the United Nations Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel, and the head of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simão. Thank you.
His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Traoré Diom Kunda, former Head of State of Mali, the head of the UN Regional Office for Central Africa, His Excellency Abdullah Mar D.A., Special Coordinator for Development in Sahel, His Excellency Dr. Omar Ali Touré, President of Ecowas Commission, Her Excellency Auna Ezeakonwa, UNDP Assistant Administrator, Dr. Robert Sharamu, Regional Director for Africa and West Africa International IDEA, colleagues of the UN family, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations, I would like to thank His Excellency President Adama Barrow and the people of the Gambia for hosting this important event. I also thank the UNDP for conducting this study at a crucial time for our region. It is an honor for me to address this conference focused on the future of governance in the Sahel. Here in Banjul, we are united by a common purpose to reflect on the challenges of our region, our region faces, and to collaborate on solutions for lasting peace, prosperity, and development. The Sahel stands at a crossroads of partnerships, cultures, aspirations, and historic choices. We gather here today because we recognize the need for fresh thinking. The voices of our citizens, especially our youth, demand governance that ensures peace and stability while delivering dignity and hope. Therefore, our discussions must be rooted in current realities, yet bold enough to envisage a future of celebrating resilience and ingenuity of our people. We meet in uncertain times. Uncertainty about regional integration reflects citizens' realities. The journey isn't easy, but by uniting around shared values and diversity, we can forge just and effective governance.
As we shape the next chapter, we cannot avoid the tough question. The UN role and the supporting governance, development, and political change. UNOWAS remains committed to supporting the next steps and implementing recommendations honoring the valuable contributions of all involved. I thank everyone for their dedication to better governance in the Sahel. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to call on the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairman of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Chairman of the West African Elders Forum, my boss, yes, my boss, His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Thank you so much. His Excellency, President Adam Maboro, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, thank you for being with us and for hosting us. Your Excellencies, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me to me is very brief, so I'll be also try to be brief. I'm always worried about conferences because of a drama I watched in the 70s titled Holding Talks. I always want to know what do we gain at the end of the conference. And when we were to come, I called my executive director and my media aide and say, okay, we're talking about the Sahel. What is special about the Sahel that attract the World Bank, attract the United Nations, to the extent that the UN will have a special representative just on the Sahel? And what occurs to me is crisis, terrorism, and banditry. And I asked them, which other part of Africa do we have similar conditions? And we look across. Yes, we have conflict in a number of countries, sometimes because of stupid struggle for leadership. But then the next part of Africa that you have a similar condition like the Sahel is Somalia. And I looked through the literature, and it's clearly that and when people are confronted with this kind of scenario, definitely you will expect major conflicts that will come up. No matter the margin. If you read Al Gore's book, Earth in the Balance, the former Vice President of America, Vice President Bill Clinton, he devoted one chapter to look through history, how empires collapse because of similar conditions, environmental conditions, and devastated environment, including living before they migrated to the cities to cause this revolt. You know that they came from the Sahelian region, and mainly those areas that they had major drought in the 70s, and the river pest epidemic that affected cattle rearing. Even the non-Nigerians that participated in those revolts from Burkina Faso, from Niger, from Mali, from northern Cameroon, migrated from areas that were affected. So what I'm saying is that if we must get the Sahel managed, the key thing is that we must find ways to create wealth in the Sahel. We must find ways to create wealth in the Sahel. And that is why when I was the president, I just have to summarize because there is no time. I did two things. We started rehabilitation. The Great Green Wall Project was initiated by the World Bank. And of course, AU launched it, I think, in Lagos in 2007. But after that, it collapsed. And I said, well, let us start in Nigeria. And if it is working, we can push other countries. where we're supposed to plant trees from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean across these areas to make sure that the desert no longer pushed down. In fact, that year we didn't have any, because I started that year, 2015 or so, before the election. We had no line budget for it. I have to release 10 billion naira from Ecological Fund to that agency that I established under Ministry of Environment, and we initiated that project. Somehow I lost the election. I don't know what has happened to. And so for me, UNDP can give the technical support to the countries. The countries will play a key role supported by the regional or state governments.
Thank you, Your Excellency. To handle the launch of the Future of Governance in the Sahel report, I would like to call on the Director, UNDP Hub, West and Central Africa. I'd like to call him Oga Njoya Tiku. A round of applause for him.
Thank you, Anne, Your Excellency, President Barrow. I will join my boss to sit on existing protocol, if you don't mind. We would be launching, as the
certain region
director for UNDP Africa said, the future of governance in the Sahel. And I'm going to take 2 minutes just to explain how we got here. 2 years ago, when we realized that the region had already gone through several waves of transition, we noticed that geopolitics had taken over the narrative and the framing of what Sahel is. And we did a cursory analysis to see how many reports and documents have been written about the Sahel and how they projected the Sahel. We realized that there were 348 publications on the Sahel, and of the 348 publications, only 2 pointed to the Sahel as a place where anybody could invest. And we saw a correlation between that very negative conversation and projection of the Sahel and the kind of FDI that was coming into the Sahel. So as UNDP, we reached out to the happen and how can to digital, even to peace and security, from youth to women and to local economic governance, from youth to women and to local economic governance. We spent a year drafting and researching and talking to the people of the Sahel. We had 3 different consultations and brought in external reviewers. We had 2 senior supervisors on the project, our RCs in Rwanda and our former UNDP representative then in DRC. They are also in the room. And after a whole year, thanks to our seniors that are here, we were able to put the result to an external vetting test to see if the data in the report meets the reality that we see in the Sahel. I'm really privileged, Your Excellency, to say that today we have the report. I would invite now Chief Ma, the Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel, maybe to talk to us about the content. I just wanted to talk about the process, to talk about the content and help us join you to launch the report. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, yen wa Banjul. Assalamu alaikum, yen wa Sahel, as we have heard. Mr. President, dear High Table, this morning it was raining, and I think it is still raining. In African cosmology, when you organize a ceremony and it rains, it means you have the blessing of the Spirit. And may also the force be with us while we are here in Banjul. Mr. President, we have heard very powerful statement this morning. And my takeaway from this statement is that we are in search of a missing piece, a peace without which we can have peace, security, and development. And that missing piece is governance governance reinvented. It's a very difficult, elusive, and complex concept, as we have heard from the statement of today. But we all know that when you want to analyze complexity, you have to go to the spirit of the matter. And here I would like to be speaking under the control of Pastor Theo, Father Theo, who said, and here I would like to refer to l'Évangile selon Saint Jean in the scriptures. It is said that if you want to understand the spirit, you have to go to the spoken words. And when I read this very complex document, the word that is most spoken is the word justice. It means that justice is the supremacy of governance. And here too, I would like to speak under the control of Imam Balde. When I scanned the document, I realized that the word justice, which is the most spoken, is spoken 232 times. In Islam, when you go through the 99 names of God, the one that matches 232 is Al-Kabir, which is the supreme. It is here, and I'm sure that the writers have been blessed by serendipity, because 232, which matches Kabir, again is an affirmation of the supremacy of justice. Not only the primacy of justice have been taught in the theory of justice, but the supremacy of justice. But I will submit that this very complex notion of governance and of justice has to be deconstructed during our 3 days. I will suggest 3 avenues of deconstruction. Avenue number 1 is we also speak about the geopolitics of governance. Today, we are seeing a tension between growing sovereignty, me first, my country first, against solidarity, needed solidarity. And we can see that multilateralism is under threat, and the United Nations, which is the custodian of multilateralism, is under jeopardy. So we have really to drill down under this notion of geopolitical governance to understand really and go at the spirit of the matter. The second avenue I would like us to investigate is the political economy of governance. And here we have to speak truth. In our countries, we are seeing the dance of wolves around Lady Justice, be it the executive, be it the legislative, be it the judiciary. But I think we have to transform this dance of wolves into, as they would say in Senegal or in the Gambia, a malach, which is more powerful than the dance of wolves. But here too, in the political economy of governance, we have to deal with the tension between the elite, growing elite capture of governance and people's agency. That too is something that you have to put on the table. The third avenue I would like to explore is the future of governance in 2 dimensions. We have to look at the AI, which is a kind of Jekyll and Hyde. There are positives and negatives, we cannot ignore it. But here I would like to speak on behalf of the young generation. We have also to contrast the governance of hope versus the governance of despair, which is prevailing in our countries. Let me conclude by saying that, and we have seen it at the COVID, I don't want us to try to build back better, but see how we can build forward better. Disruptions are not always bad. When we see disruptions, we got a little bit afraid. But disruptions, and we are seeing a lot of disruption in the Sahel, is a kind of invite to reconstruct the future, to imagine the future, which is the essence of our meeting here in Banjul. My end note, Mr. President, and President Jonathan said it, this shall not be just another meeting, but a moment of transformation. I would even call it the BMG, the Banjul moment of governance. I thank you. Shall we give it to the President?
myself by putting more stress on the importance of governance. I am of the view that if we have to fix only one thing in Africa, that thing should be governance. And I'm saying this because looking at Africa's trajectory, Africa's development over the past years, over many years, I've come to realize one thing. Those countries that have started off at the same level with Africa and today have surpassed us, have one thing in common, or have one thing that I can attribute their success to. They seem to have gotten governance right. They seem to have understood what accountability is all about, what discipline is all about, and what results are all about. All of us, when we travel around, if we speak frankly among ourselves, we come back to express our impressions about the discipline of certain people, the discipline that certain regions have, and the sense of responsibility that certain regions enjoy. We don't come and say, oh, they had petrol, they had diamonds, this is why they are here. We say they have achieved the results they have achieved because they are committed, they have discipline, and they focus on results. Now, coming back to your question, regionalism can help our countries, and the Sahel included, by mainstreaming governance and making it an important consideration in the way we do business. And as I said yesterday, that does not mean we focus only on elections, but we focus on results, delivering results for the people. And you cannot deliver results for the people if there is no sense of accountability, if there is no discipline. This whole notion of patriotism and everything, it's more about accountability and discipline. So I think the role that regional organizations have been playing and should continue to play is to mainstream governance, to make sure governance stays at the center of what we are doing. You fix governance, you fix development. This is my belief, and I have seen it elsewhere, where regions or countries that have fixed governance, those are the regions we are admiring today. And we might wonder how certain places that might not necessarily be, in our narrow sense of governance, might not be the best in our governance parameters. They do have components of governance that underline what they are doing. These are countries that shun corruption. These are countries that make sure integrity governs whatever they are doing. So our region...
Ture, I would come back to you because I got a lot of questions from the room. People wanted me to ask.
I think one thing we need to understand is that Ecowas is a reality that we are all living today. It suffices to go outside West Africa to understand the difficulty of traveling within Africa. An entrepreneur such as Dangote has recently lamented the fact that he requires about 30 visas to travel within Africa. And my response to him, my response to him was, well, thank God, no West African countries is among those countries that would impose visa requirements on you. Now, the visa-free movement did not fall from the sky. It was a deliberate policy, a deliberate instrument put in place by Ecowas. Ecowas is, until recently, the only region where with an ID card or a simple passport you can move freely from Lagos all the way to Dakar. You don't have this in many African regions. Ecowas hasn't stopped there. Ecowas is a trading bloc. This is a region where our local produce, or produce that satisfy the market, the rules of origins, can trade freely in a market of 400 million people. Beyond this, ECOWAS is looking at infrastructure that seeks to connect the people from Lagos to Abidjan through the Lagos-Abidjan highway, and from Abidjan to Praia through Banjul here. Just last month, I think, we had a team here that came to explore the possibility, the possibility of a bridge over the Banjul-Bara bridge, and a study is being commissioned. Now, in addition to that, you have electricity connectivity. We have the West African Power Pool, where, as we speak, 14 member states are now connected. And the whole idea is to enable these 14 member states to trade in electricity, to make it easy for a Gambian utility company to source electricity from the cheapest source within the region. Now, these are concrete examples that seek to advance or serve the interests of the ordinary person. Do we have challenges? Oh yes, we do have challenges. But which region of the world does not have challenges? What is happening in our region is more of a reflection of the global reality. And we need to be conscious of this. The world has never been at such a bad shape in many years. So what is happening in West Africa? It's more of a reflection of those global realities. Going forward, we certainly need introspection. And this is why we are working on a summit of the future that will enable us not only to celebrate the 50 years of integration, but allow us to reflect on what is working well, what needs to be jettisoned, and what needs to be improved upon. So yes, ECOWAS is here to stay with us. With whether we are going to keep everything as is, certainly not. Nothing is constant. But ECOWAS is a reality that we would have invented if it was not here.
Thank you very much. Madame Mac, je vais tourner vers vous maintenant. Est-ce que vous travaillez avec les femmes dans la région? Et j'aimerais demander, avec tout ce que vous avez entendu le président dire, mais aussi les 2 derniers jours, et surtout le rôle que les femmes jouent dans la paix, la sécurité et la gouvernance dans la région. Qu'est-ce que vous voyez comme une future pour cette groupe très, très, très puissant dans la région pour notre gouvernance dans cette zone?
Oui, merci. Excellences, Monsieur le Président, chers participants. Déjà, je voudrais dire que la régionalisation, c'est une nécessité, mais aussi une opportunité, aussi bien pour les femmes que pour les jeunes. Le Sahel a un problème commun, ou des problèmes ou des défis communs. On les a listés plusieurs fois. Et je pense que lorsque nous parlons des spécificités intégrées dans la régionalité, il faut que nous soyons sûrs que nous pouvons en même temps adresser des questions spécifiques à des personnes comme des femmes et les jeunes, des groupes marginalisés, au niveau local, au niveau régional, au niveau national et autres. Les opportunités que moi je vois pour les femmes, c'est déjà la possibilité qu'elles puissent travailler ensemble, qu'elles puissent développer des systèmes qui deviennent des opportunités pour elles, mais aussi pour les jeunes. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font? Nous avons vu des femmes parler ici. Nous savons qu'il y a assez de réseaux des femmes dans le Sahel. Et ce que ces réseaux font, ces réseaux des femmes font, n'est pas à démontrer pour faire avancer la paix au niveau de l'Afrique de manière générale, au niveau de la région du Sahel, mais aussi de manière spécifique dans les pays. Nous savons très bien que les femmes sont celles-là qui préservent la paix au niveau de la famille, au niveau de la communauté, mais aussi au niveau de la nation, avec cette force dont elles disposent, la force de mobilisation, la force de convaincre, la force de la compassion dont elles disposent. Elles sont capables d'influencer les systèmes de paix. Maintenant, est-ce qu'elles ont assez d'espace pour pouvoir influencer les processus de paix dans la région du Sahel? Je dirais peut-être oui, mais il y a encore beaucoup à faire. Parce que nous ne considérons que celles-là que nous appelons des leaders. Moi, je dis, les vrais leaders, elles sont à la base. Elles sont dans les villages, elles sont dans les communautés. Et celles-là, pour le moment, je pense, elles ont encore à être renforcées. Elles doivent être visibles. Et ça, c'est notre rôle en tant que nous, qu'on appelle leaders, qui sont capables de participer à des conférences, à des forums, capables de voyager, capables, parce que nous avons étudié, comment est-ce que nous pouvons devenir une force pour celle-là? Mais je voudrais aussi parler des jeunes. Nous avons vu que lorsque les groupes d'insécurité se sont développés dans le Sahel et même dans le bassin du lac Tchad, ces groupes ont compté sur les jeunes parce que les jeunes constituent une force. Et donc, ce que les jeunes sont capables de faire pour leur communauté, pour leur pays, c'est pas à démontrer et cette force doit être capitalisée. Mais aujourd'hui, ce que nous voyons, quand on parle des jeunes, c'est lorsqu'ils sont rattrapés dans la mer, parce qu'ils cherchent à traverser pour aller trouver une vie meilleure en Europe. Pourquoi est-ce qu'ils sont obligés de prendre ce chemin? C'est parce qu'à l'intérieur, dans leur propre continent, dans leur propre pays, il n'y a pas assez d'opportunités. Allons-nous continuer à assister à ce film quotidien où on récupère des jeunes, soit déjà morts dans le désert, ou alors en train de traverser, qui meurent? Allons-nous continuer à vivre la situation des femmes qui sont victimes avec leurs filles, tous les jours, de violences sexuelles, de mariages précoces, de filles qui sont arrachées de l'école? Et donc, si nous voulons que les femmes continuent à assumer ce rôle, je pense que nous avons un grand rôle à jouer pour soutenir ce travail que les femmes font dans la région du Sahel. Je voudrais évoquer un autre problème, un autre défi commun. Nous parlons toujours des défis de l'insécurité, des défis climatiques et autres, et nous ne parlons jamais de la crise humaine. Qui aide pour que les femmes puissent effectivement continuer à jouer des rôles au niveau politique, au niveau de processus de paix, de négociations dans le Sahel? On a besoin que tous ces systèmes-là soient mis en place. Nous avons le système éducatif. Est-ce que nos systèmes éducatifs sont promoteurs de compétences, de développement des compétences pour les enfants, en matière de gouvernance, en matière de leadership, pour leur permettre d'acquérir ces notions dès la base et de grandir avec, et qu'une fois qu'ils ont la possibilité d'exercer des fonctions au niveau de leadership ou au niveau d'autorité, qu'ils puissent mettre ça en valeur. Autre chose que je voudrais toucher, qui paraît tabou, nous avons les confessions religieuses. Et lorsque nous parlons de l'implication ou de la participation des femmes dans l'avancement des mécanismes qui sont mis en place pour permettre qu'on évolue ensemble, je pense qu'on devrait vraiment interroger et toucher du doigt ces systèmes-là qui n'évoluent pas parce qu'on parle des religions et donc on se recroqueville là-dedans, on se cache pour dire ça c'est de Dieu et puis on ne peut pas changer. Je pense qu'on doit évoluer ensemble. On doit pouvoir dire nous sommes musulmans, nous sommes chrétiens, nous sommes des animistes, mais nos systèmes culturels peuvent nous permettre de changer certaines choses pour nous positionner au niveau du Sahel avec les femmes et les jeunes. Je voudrais saluer et féliciter toutes ces femmes qui sont ici, qui sont passées dans les panels, qui sont des femmes leaders, qui assument des fonctions importantes au niveau de la région. Et je pense qu'on peut encore mieux faire. Et c'est sur cette note que je voudrais arrêter pour ce premier tour. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame Wandou. Je pense que vous avez aussi soulevé la question de la gouvernance locale et le rôle de la femme au niveau local et cette leadership qui doit être née à ce niveau-là pour pouvoir gérer tout un réseau de conflits. Touré la question des AIS et on a aussi le défi au niveau du Golfe de Guinée. Qu'est-ce que vous voyez comme cette future dans cette région sur laquelle nous devons travailler?
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Je voudrais également joindre ma voix et nous réjouir de la présence des distinguées autorités qui sont là, les anciens présidents, premiers ministres et toutes ces personnalités africaines qui ont tant fait la fierté du continent. Parce que dans un monde difficile où l'Afrique a eu à se battre, il y a eu malgré tout des voix fortes africaines qui se sont levées et qui ont toujours défendu la cause de l'Afrique, défendu la cause de la jeunesse et des femmes africaines et défendu la cause de l'avenir de l'Afrique, dont tout le monde pense, sauf les Africains, quel est le futur du monde. Donc je pense que nous leur devons un tribut et c'est l'occasion également de remercier les organisateurs pour les avoir amenés à cette conversation, cette discussion. On nous a rappelé aussi tout à l'heure qu'aujourd'hui est la journée de la femme africaine. Je suis sûre qu'Ahona a cette idée, elle nous réserve quelque chose pour la fin. Mais je pense que c'est un heureux hasard que nous soyons réunis ici aujourd'hui pour aussi témoigner des efforts, des échecs, mais aussi des succès des femmes africaines sur la scène africaine et sur la scène mondiale également. Je me réjouis que les questions de gouvernance soient maintenant reconnues comme une question centrale. Nous tous qui avons été dans le développement, qui avons passé des années avant la diplomatie, dans le développement, à élaborer des politiques, à suivre leur mise en œuvre, à aller sur le terrain, nous savons que l'Afrique a beaucoup perdu. Nous espérions que les stratégies que nous avions pensées, et je parle sous le contrôle de Mardier et d'autres dans la salle, dans les années 80, 90, 2000, allaient nous mener bien au-delà de là où nous sommes aujourd'hui. Des décennies d'efforts ont été balayées subitement. Des politiques et des programmes qui étaient prometteurs ont été mis à terre simplement parce que, sans parler des coups d'État militaires, sans parler des changements anticonstitutionnels, un changement de régime dans un pays démocratique, soi-disant, a effacé
recommendations on how we develop that compact. But I wanted to go back to Dr. Toure on his work and his role with
President.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Dr. Turi, Madam Kadiata just mentioned some very important elements. Political compact, economic compact, the new governance project or program. From an Ecowas perspective, what kind of compact do you think we need to have now, moving into the next 50 years of Ecowas?
I think going forward, we need a compact in 4 areas. The first is in peace and security. Up to now, the challenge we have faced in the area of peace and security is fragmented approach to peace and security. We will all remember the Takuba, the Barkhane, the J5 Sahel, the MINUSMA, Accra Initiative, MNJTF, and all that. These are important initiatives, I must say. But their impact on the ground has been limited because they have been fragmented. The fragmentation causes problem of coordination, problem of ownership, and as a result, their impact remains limited. What we are proposing at Ecowas is that we should have these various initiatives, important as they may be. They should not remain fragmented. They need to be coordinated at a center, and that center is our regional body. It doesn't mean all member states should be part of Accra Initiative or they should be part of the MNJTF. But the fact that they are coordinated from a center builds ownership. It promotes ownership and it makes coordination much easier. That is one thing in the area of peace and security. We need a coordinated and owned approach to peace and security in the sub-region. The second area is deeper integration. We need a compact on deeper integration. How do we do this? We need to be able to trade more among ourselves. As we speak, intra-community trade is around 12% in our sub-region. The continental average is about 18-20%, depending on which report you are looking at. Regions that have been integrated sufficiently are trading at a level or at a tune of 60 to 70%. The European intra-community trade in Europe is about 70%. In the ASEAN countries, it's about 60%. We are only at between 15 and 20%. So we have a long way to go. So the compact we need in this area is to boost intra-community trade. How do we do this? First, we need to build the capacity to produce. Sufficient investment must be done in our productive sectors so that we can produce. It is one thing to have market access, but a totally different thing to have what to trade or what to sell in that market. So we need to build the productive capacity of member states. We also need to build the infrastructure. It is no secret that movement within the region is more difficult than moving from the region to another region. So we need to build the infrastructure. This is why ECOWAS is putting a lot of stress and a lot of resources on these major corridors, Lagos, Abidjan, which the studies have been completed, and we understand the investment outlay required is about $15 billion, but with a good economic rate of return of 15%. So this is where we are with regard to this. So beyond this, we have the Abidjan Praia corridor, which covers this part of the region. We also need to build or address the energy deficit. Energy consumption in our region is perhaps the lowest. You can't produce and sell. You can't build the productive sector with the sort of energy access we have. So we need to work on this. So this is, in a nutshell, the second compact we need to have. The third compact is human development. We need to focus on education, education and education. And if I have $1 to spend on education, I will put it on the education of girl child. This is because we as Africans, we see how much the women are bearing the brunt of poverty, how much women are carrying that. We need to educate women. We need to train the girl child to be able to defend herself sometimes from man-induced poverty. If you go to our villages, some of these child marriages we see can be addressed by training girls, by educating girls. And some aspects of poverty we are facing in our community can be attributed to some of these traditional practices of marrying of children at very young age. So the education of a girl child and education in general must be second compact we must have. Now, my co-panelist has spoken about these phenomena of young people taking the risk of crossing the Mediterranean Sea and all this. In many instances, in the Gambia here, we call it the back way. In many instances here, the lack of opportunity goes hand in hand with the lack of capacity. So we need our compact in the area of education should not only be to train people to speak Shakespearean English or French, I don't know, of Calvin or Voltaire, I don't know which one you call it. People should be able to employ themselves. They should have the capacity to generate employment for themselves sometimes. We have it here. Competent people are making more money than a state minister or a director general. Some competent, technically trained people. So we need to include this in the education compact. Okay. And the final compact is sustainable and equitable development. This means addressing climate crisis. You see, we hear conflict in some areas that pitch herders against farmers. Some of that is climate related. This is why adaptation is extremely important for our region. We need to fight for resources for adaptation, but we should be conscious of the problems of climate crisis that we find ourselves. So in response to what you say, to your question, we need these 4 compacts going forward. Compact on peace and security, compact on governance, compact on deeper regional integration, and of course, sustainable development. But let me just use one minute to re-echo what I said yesterday. I think it is time we understand there is nothing wrong with having 2 organizations in one region. The alliance of Sahelian states is not contradictory to Ecowas. We have the Mano River Union within Ecowas. We have the Senegal River Basin Organization within ECOWAS. We have the Gambia River Basin Organization within ECOWAS. What matters is to work together as a community. And this is the understanding we have reached with the IOS countries. I was in Mali in May to meet with the 3 countries at the foreign ministers level. And the conclusion of that meeting was endorsed by the Council of Ministers of ECOWAS, as well as with the heads of state, by the heads of state. And the conclusion is, until something is concluded, status quo remains in the sub-region. A Malian continues to enjoy the same rights they enjoyed when they were citizens of ECOWAS. A Gambian continues to enjoy the same rights in Mali. The same thing with trade. Gambian goods that are going from here to Mali should enjoy market access just like they have been enjoying. So there is no contradiction. And I think it is our strength lies not in having no problems, but in our capacity to surmount some of those difficulties. And going from here, it should be clear in our minds that yes, we are having some difficulties, but those difficulties, as we speak, are being resolved. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ture. I think that's really reassuring to a lot of people. I have to say that throughout the 2 days, we've had more than 200,000 people following us from across the world on all the social media platform. So maybe give a round of applause to the communication team as well. I'm going to also close with, my 2 sisters here. La même question en fait. Quelle vision voyez-vous, quel compact voyez-vous pour cette région?
Oui, merci. Au risque de répéter ce que l'autre intervenant vient de dire, je vais intervenir sur 3 aspects essentiels. Le premier compact que je vois, c'est la nécessité de passer à l'échelle au niveau régional avec des investissements transfrontaliers mais inclusifs qui sont capables de créer des impacts durables dans la vie des populations, aussi bien sur le plan social qu'économique. Et là, je voudrais insister sur le fait que les femmes, les jeunes et les groupes marginalisés devraient être au centre de ces investissements inclusifs, mais aussi à impact durable. Avec mon expérience sur le terrain, parler toujours des activités génératrices de revenus ou du petit commerce lorsqu'on parle des femmes, ce n'est plus efficace. Ça les maintient dans les rôles, ça les maintient dans la survie. Et donc, si on peut faire des choses à l'échelle, passer à l'échelle, ce serait important, en y ajoutant des renforcements des capacités, comme il a dit, pour ne pas seulement travailler sur les connaissances, mais viser beaucoup plus des compétences pour qu'elles puissent être capables de faire quelque chose, pour que les jeunes soient aussi capables de prendre leur vie en main. Le deuxième aspect que je voudrais aborder, c'est la coopération ou la collaboration entre les différents acteurs. Je vois les gouvernements, je vois les organisations qui accompagnent le développement, je vois la société civile, dans une capacité de travailler ensemble pour créer la confiance mutuelle, mais aussi avec pour priorité les intérêts des populations qui ne demandent qu'à vivre dans la dignité, parce que c'est à ce niveau-là que se trouve le sens du contrat social. Le troisième niveau que je voudrais aborder, il l'a dit, c'est la question de la paix, mais pas n'importe quelle paix. Une paix où on parle de droit, on parle de justice, on parle de vérité, on parle de l'amour pour les peuples, parce qu'il ne faut pas que la paix soit juste un vocable que nous utilisons, mais qu'elles se traduisent dans les faits. Je me rappelle qu'il y avait une initiative de l'Union africaine, faire taire les armes en Afrique, avec plein d'espoir, avec des actions importantes. Je ne sais pas qu'est-ce que cette initiative est devenue. Est-ce que nous avons déjà pu faire taire les armes en Afrique et particulièrement au Sahel? Je pense que c'est un niveau important sur lequel nous devons encore insister. Pour moi, rien ne peut se faire efficacement si nous continuons à vivre dans ces situations de conflit et autres. Le troisième aspect que je voudrais relever, c'est le quatrième. C'est ce forum qui, pour moi, représente l'espoir et un nouveau souffle pour le Sahel, mais de vrai. Parce que, personnellement, je pense que si nous nous retrouvons encore ici, 5 ans, 10 ans, en reparlant des mêmes choses, en ayant des panels qui traitent des mêmes sujets, on n'aura pas du tout avancé. Il faut vraiment que nous saisissions l'opportunité et que nous avancions sur des programmes bien précis au niveau régional, que les gouvernements parlent entre eux, qu'on puisse faciliter les échanges à tous les niveaux pour permettre que nous puissions vraiment impulser notre région du Sahel. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Madame Kadia, je sais que vous avez interpellé le docteur Guadi aussi, et j'ai vu qu'il voulait peut-être répondre à quelque chose que vous avez parlé sur la jeunesse. Je ne sais pas si on peut si vous pouvez utiliser le micro juste pour quelques minutes. On peut lui passer le micro? Can I have the microphone handed over to Dr. Guadi for 2 minutes? Oh yeah, you can use this one. And then we would come back and you can close. Over there, in the second row.
Merci infiniment et félicitations aux trois panélistes qui ont fait des réflexions très très profondes. J'espère qu'on aura les moyens d'approfondir ces réflexions. Ma sœur Kardiata Ndiaye a soulevé un problème, continuer à sensibiliser les jeunesses africaines par rapport au panafricanisme. Alors, ce que je voulais peut-être dire, que je suis sûr qu'elle l'a constaté aussi avec moi, à un moment, on a eu un grand espoir qu'il y avait un renouveau du panafricanisme, particulièrement dans la région du Sahel. On voyait nos jeunes défiler, défendre le panafricanisme et tout ça. Mais le grand malheur que nous avons eu, c'est que nous tous avons manqué de vigilance et les gens ont introduit ce que j'appelle le populisme. Un populisme dévastateur qui a fait que, pour moi, le populisme, c'est la fin de la vérité. C'est la vérité alternative. Chacun a sa vérité. Chacun dit ce qu'il veut. Et les réseaux sociaux l'ont amplifié. Les jeunes aujourd'hui, populistes qui se disent panafricanistes, ils font de ces affirmations, mais extraordinaires, et ils n'ont pas besoin de démontrer. Et ça, c'est les anciens qui les encadrent, qui leur font faire des choses comme ça. Un élément, une illustration absolument indiscutable qu'on a un problème, c'est à Kinshasa, quand Macron est allé visiter, les jeunes ont décidé de manifester, certains jeunes. Et on les a vus défiler dans la rue, mais une grosse manifestation avec des posters. Alors quand j'ai vu les posters à distance comme ça, à la télévision, je me suis dit, comme c'est des jeunes panafricanistes, ils sont en train de brandir le poster de Lumumba, ou alors peut-être Cabral, ou peut-être Sankara. Et quand on a fait un zoom sur les posters, c'était une photo de Poutine. Une photo de Poutine, brandie par des jeunes panafricanistes. Et ça pose tout le problème que nous avons aujourd'hui. Et rapidement sur un point, monsieur le modérateur, les jeunesses africaines, il y a une rupture fondamentale avec nos sociétés, de la part de la jeunesse. Je pense, moi, qu'ils sont convaincus qu'on leur a ôté le droit à l'espoir. On leur a ôté le droit au rêve. On leur a ôté le droit à l'avenir. Quand nous passons notre temps à dire aux jeunes, vous êtes l'avenir de l'Afrique. Mais j'ose dire que ce n'est pas vrai. Ils ne sont pas l'avenir de l'Afrique, ils sont le présent de l'Afrique. Comment vous pouvez avoir 1 milliard de jeunes et vous les renvoyer dans 10 ans, 20 ans, etc. Ça n'a aucun sens. Les jeunes sont le présent de l'Afrique. Et s'ils ne font pas partie du présent de l'Afrique, l'Afrique n'aura pas d'avenir. Et c'est un des problèmes fondamentaux. Les gouvernements que nous mettons en place. Vous dites tous, on dit tous, il y a 70% de jeunes dans nos sociétés. Garçons et filles, bien sûr. Et on prend une personne, on la nomme ministre de la Jeunesse, pour représenter 70% de la population. Et le reste, on met des 2e âge, 3e âge, 4e âge pour diriger nos pays. Il faut rompre avec ça. Il nous faut des gouvernements paritaires où les jeunes sont aussi présents que les femmes sont présentes et qu'on ait un système. Et ça permet une véritable transition générationnelle. Arrêtons de mettre les jeunes dans un ghetto en leur disant vous êtes très bien, mais vous êtes l'avenir de l'Afrique. Non, ils sont le présent de l'Afrique. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup. Je savais que j'allais vous réveiller, docteur. Oui, on va prendre la dame, juste pour m'excuser, parce qu'on attend aussi l'arrivée du vice-président qui est en route. Donc, pour ne pas laisser un peu un grand vide, on va prendre la jeune dame, j'espère, parce que je ne vois pas bien.
Hello.
Oui. Can you hand over the microphone to her? Who has the mic?
It's here.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Can you stand up? We can't see you. Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Gina. I'm the Governance and Human Rights Analyst, National Early Warning Response Mechanism Coordinating Center. I've written this thought since yesterday, and I just wanted to share it with everybody. I feel like as long as we continue to encourage corruption, nepotism, favoritism, and importing incompetent people in public offices, bad governance will continue to stay, and thus coup d'etats, terrorism, youth unemployment, terrorism, instability will continue to rock our dear Sahel. And I believe that the talk era has expired, and we need to walk the walk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to take, yes, give it to Tammy. Let's get just 2 more young people and then we would close. Beg your indulgence. Tammy, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. So I have this question that was handed to me from someone in the room, which I found to be very interesting. I'm going to read it. The first question is, and the both questions are to the President of Ecowas. Is the Sahel Governance Forum taking concrete steps beyond policy declarations to help Africa reduce its dependence on imported goods and services from other continents? In particular, what practical measures are being implemented to promote local production, regional industrialization, and to ensure that food remains accessible and affordable for all Africans? The second question, what is the current status of the ECOWAS single currency initiative? There was significant discussion in the past about ECOWAS member states working together towards the launch of a common currency, including a date for printing and circulation. Has the project been delayed, suspended, or still in progress behind the scene?
Thank you very much, Tammy. Dr. Ture, as I said, we have a lot of people following us online, and I'm sure that question is coming from an online. Let's end with Isaka, and then we can give Dr. Ture and Kadieta an opportunity to respond, and we wrap up.
Thank you. I have one comment and perhaps one question.
Make it snappy.
For the President of the ECOWAS Commission. I think you are very right that the ECOWAS has a lot of achievements. My comment is that the ECOWAS Commission appear not to communicate well. And the many things that you mentioned, and actually many facts that can counter a lot of fake news about ECOWAS are there as evident. When ECOWAS wanted to intervene in Niger, some people said that ECOWAS would intervene against military leaders. ECOWAS wanted to intervene here in the Gambia in support of an opposition leader. In the same Niger in 2009, ECOWAS sanctioned Niger because the sitting president then, Mamadou Tanja, tampered with the constitution. So ECOWAS should communicate better and not through traditional means, TikTok, Facebook and others. My questions now are these. I think you mentioned, and rightly so, that governance is key to the development of the continent. And I wonder where we are with the reform of the supplementary protocol of ECOWAS. Because one thing that has been the sticking gun there is that term limit issue. Research shows that term limit, when in none of the countries has someone come to put this one in question, except in two, in Mali and in Niger. So where are we? And finally, the ECOWAS financial autonomy. And one practice that has hurt that one in the past is the community levy. When I heard that China is building a new headquarters for ECOWAS, I couldn't fathom that. Where are we in ensuring ECOWAS has financial autonomy? Thank you.
Thank you, Issa. Issa is between the young and the old. It's in the middle. It's not really a youth, it's not really old. But maybe I come back first to Kadieta and then we wrap up with the president of ECOWAS. I think I ended with you, so please go ahead, Kadieta.
Thank you. Maybe at this point, two elements I really gather from everything we have heard. The first is, which seems very important, is the unity of purpose. And it is important, especially now in the world as it is. How across the Sahel, across Africa, we can build really a unity of purpose on where we want to bring our countries and our continent. And it is about really identifying what really matters for us. If it is the people, then we can work on institutions. We can work on processes. We can work on the rules. We can work on the politics and the policies we want to establish to consolidate what is working and take enough strength to change what really needs to be changed. Not only for tomorrow, but for even today, because those who will lead Africa are already now here, as Dr. Gajo said. So unity of purpose is one key element. It is also about how we finance our development. Today, what we hear is about sovereignty. Sovereignty is political, but it is also about giving people the authority and the decision on really what we do for our people. And financing our development is also about mobilizing the resource, the financial resource we have in Africa to really reduce the level of dependence we have from vis-a-vis any other institution. This morning we have heard Mustafa Njai telling us his story, how he moved from Gambia to Nigeria and elsewhere in Africa, including in my country, Senegal. We know about Dangote, how many Dangote we need in Africa to really invest and, of course, welcome the other parts of the world to really join us so we can together build a prosperous continent. It is about pooling resource beyond financial, human capital. Africa has well-educated people. Most of them, I was in Togo, most of the medical doctors trained in Togo are now serving in Europe, Germany, France, etc. It is a loss. So how can we pool resources, human resources, technology, put the technology together? If we take our African champions, and we know some of them who are very far away in terms of technology transformation, how can we scale up the performance to the other African countries So resource is large, but the main issue is about pooling them and scaling up so countries can benefit across the world. Knowledge is important. We have research centers here and there. How this can be leveraged and serve the purpose of the continent. So unity of purpose is a strong driver, in my view, to really get where we want. My second point is about having regional projects. We need those projects. Energy is one area where we can do more and better. Infrastructure, transport, education, health. The chair of Ecowas mentioned peace and security. There is nothing that we can do unless we look at those issues across borders. So I will just stop there.
Thank you.
My last point is about really building trust. Building trust is very important between private sector and public sector, citizen and state, military and civilian. I think these are really, in terms of what kind of compact, these are ideas that I feel
Thank you.
very...
Thank you very much. We shall end this session with Dr. Toure. I know you have 2 or 3 questions directed at you, so I give you a couple of minutes to answer those questions as the last, speech from this panel.
Thank you, Chair. The first question relates to production. What do we do to get off imported goods or imported items? I think as a believer in free market, I will not propose anything here that will get us off from imported items, but what I think we need to do is to be able to trade equally, because trade benefits all sides. We should be able to trade equally. Now, how do we assume food or assure our own food security? That is a different thing. But I think to boost our own production, we need to invest. Clever and wise investment is required. And in some cases, particularly in the area of agriculture, heavy investment is required. This is what we would have to do, perhaps at the expense of other sectors, to be able to boost production at the agricultural level, to be able to boost production at the industrial level. This would require a number of concurrent activities, because, you see, we are in a system that has locked us in a very unjust manner. We will have to have a dialogue, or more dialogue, at the World Trade Center level to make sure we produce and sell in a fair manner. We are in a system where you have market access. They will tell you you have market access, but it's only for the primary produce. The moment you transform your produce, tariff escalation or tariffs kick in. So these need to be negotiated. But in response to that question, briefly, we need a proper investment and very wise investment in the productive sector, in agriculture and in value addition to be able to make a difference. I am not saying we will not have imported items. I think trade benefits everybody, but it should be a win-win arrangement. Regarding the single currency, the date that has been fixed, let me assure you, the single currency is very much on ECOWAS's table. As we speak, the leaders have taken the decision to launch the single currency in 2027. Now, As you know, single currency requires both the political will and certain economic fundamentals that need to be corrected. Some of those fundamentals sometimes lie beyond the control of the state. Fundamentals such as debt levels, fundamentals like deficits, the fundamentals like inflation. As you know, many of our member states, in addressing the challenges of COVID, had to go for more debt. And that, in a sense, was beyond their control. This is why the date for the launch of the single currency has been moved to 2027. The last time the Convergence Council met, they confirmed this in Abuja, that the single currency will be launched in 2027. Now, whether it will be launched by all the countries, that is the question. But it has never happened anywhere. Those who remembered the launch of the euro would recall that it was launched in some countries, and those that were not ready were supported until the time they felt ready. So the same proposal is on the table now. Single currency will be launched perhaps virtually in 2027, because as you recall, the euro was launched in 1999 as a virtual currency or invisible currency, and in 2002, it was launched as a physical currency. So the process is there, and it is very much on the cards. Ecowas doing well and communicating poorly, I agree with you. We have not been doing good communication. It is only now that we have tried to revamp our communication outfit, but it was a function that was really dysfunctional. We are now trying to improve on it, and I must say we've been taken unawares. As Minister Gajo said, we found ourselves confronted with a social media that was going at a speed of lightning. And as an institution with poor communication function, we could not catch up. And I don't think any country can catch up with what is happening now. When I consulted partners, this is an area they all lamented about. And this brings me to the question, our youth are in between the rock and the hard place. They are being abandoned, but also manipulated. If we're talking about youth being abandoned, we should recognize this, but we should also recognize that they are being manipulated, particularly by deep fake. You see, even the trained eyes cannot tell the difference between the deep fake and reality today, let alone the untrained eyes like us. I mean, you can be presented in China this afternoon when you are sitting in Banjul. So these are some of the dangers we are facing, and our youth need to be alerted to this. The second, the reform of the supplementary protocol. The supplementary protocol has been a subject of discussion at various levels in Council. The last time it was objected to by 2 countries, including this Gambia here. Some time ago it was objected to by Gambia and another country. I am a Gambian, I can mention Gambia. Recently, 3 countries have raised reservations, and those reservations required some consultation, and those consultations have been going on, including with Senegal, including with 2 other countries, and this is where we are to ensure that we have a convergence on the provisions of the text before we present it for adoption. But it is very much alive and on the table. ECOWAS's financial autonomy. As a regional economic community, ECOWAS has an admirable level of autonomy. As we speak, between 70 and 80% of ECOWAS activities are being financed by the community levy. And all member states are up to date except 2. For the first time in 19 years, Nigeria paid up 100% of its community levy last December. That shows the mark of confidence that the community continues to have in ECOWAS. So, as we speak, all member states are up to date with the payment of their community levy, and we do hope this continues. The 2 countries that are a little bit reluctant are being engaged at all levels to ensure that they make their payments. You see, the community levy is being paid by you and I. Ordinary citizens who are using imported items are paying for the community levy. So for countries not externalizing those resources is in a way illegal, because they are receiving the money on behalf of ECOWAS from citizens. So using it differently is like using illegal money or using the resources illegally. So this is what member states have understood, and they are all complying with the remittance of the community levy. Now, no man is an island. ECOWAS has strong partners, and one of those partners is China. Now, if a partner offers you a facility, the most you can do is to welcome that. This conference hall we are sitting in is a product of partnership. So the new office facility of ECOWAS is a product of partnership, and I want to use this opportunity to thank the Chinese government for being so generous. The office facility should be completed by the end of this year, and it was built at a tune of $32 million. We are very grateful for that. But it does not show, that does not mean we are not financially autonomous. Mr. Chair, I hope I have responded to the question.
You have. Thank you very much. I think we should give. I am not going to try and summarize, because I'm told His Excellency, the VP, is just waiting on us to give way. But I wanted to ask you to help me thank my panelists as we make our way out of the podium. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I now have the honor to introduce our distinguished speakers for the closing session, whose leadership and perspectives have been instrumental throughout this process. To my immediate right, we have His Excellency Abdullah Mar Gay, United Nations Under Secretary General and Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel. A round of applause for Abdullah. Next to Abdullah, I have Her Excellency Madam Ahuna Ziakuna, UN Assistant Secretary General, UNDP, Assistant Administrator and Director for Regional Bureau for Africa. Well, at the center we have His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mohamed B.S. Jallow. Next we have His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the Chairperson of the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation. And to the far extreme, I have His Excellency Mr. Sori Ibrahim Sise, National Youth Council from the Republic of Mali. Excellencies, before I proceed, I am also delighted to welcome someone who has worked of powers that transcend borders and also can steer reflection. Please join me to welcome Madam Jaina Bature to deliver a point that captures the essence of our gathering and the promise of the Sahel. Madam Jainaba, if you are around, please come forward. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jainaba. I'm a spoken word artist. It's a pleasure to be here, and a huge congratulations to each and every one of you for how far you've come. The piece I'll be reciting today is a letter to the children of Sahel. Have you met her? The Sahel. She carries weight, walks with grace, possesses power, homes the most beautiful people. On her shoulders rest her nations. On her lands, her minerals. She is beautiful. She is strong, confident, rich and smart. She wouldn't let the chaos fill her mind. She reminds us, as I read this letter, to keep her safe. That nothing in this world would break us. That she stands firm to rise beyond borders, to rise beyond enemy lines, to remain and unbroken, to remember that her land keeps memories, sad and happy ones. But she implores us to fight and never back down. There is hope to healing, strength, prayers. This is for you. Regardless of shackles, regardless of truths, regardless of lies, regardless of people, this letter is for you. They are children of Sahel. There are many versions of this story, told by many preachers, sculptors, poets. This author will speak. This author will bite, chew, and spit without remorse. This author will open books you've hidden. She will speak of the past, of men and many others before, a place, a region, a continent, a people unified in ambition, integrity, where the soil understood the language of spades. Men had compassion for the weak. Every book had a home, and every pen knew history. Knowledge then laid carpets on every street before your cousin Tim booked 2 of ours and burned the library. Men then stood firm with their buckles tight, before blades were switched for dresses. You think GMOs could be compared to organics? Don't misinterpret delusion for reality. You talk about wealth. We're the people of Africa, rich in culture, knowledge, minerals like you've never seen before. A system built not on blood and greed, a learned people. Bodies healthy enough to serve a lifetime. Their food wasn't tampered with. They knew technology and architecture too. Does it surprise you? They had laws that served God. It was fair and not disingenuous. A system that distinguishes the wealthy and the needy. Not one that takes a piece of your mind for a piece of your minds. Not one with an invisible hand to rule. Not one built on fiscal illusion and a hidden economy. This should be a better and different governance. Not one with an order for a new world, a game of chess. Betrayal as a peak element, a great hypocrisy to divide and conquer, and oh, they scramble for our lands. And anyone with a shred of knowledge, kill them all, except for traditions and language. Everything was taken from us, including our titles of royalty. Now what happens when you strip a people of their history and patch up a new one? Establish a hollow wood to project a Hollywood story, a perfect indoctrination, introduce human rights right after their genocide, the cover-up. But what is a crown without an honest king? What is a throne without its people? What is vision without reality? What is knowledge without the past? What is advancement without us, without God? What is truth? I'll tell you. Truth is the man executed for being honest. Truth is a child manipulated to believe he's of a different gender. Truth is a man who creates a problem, offers a solution, then seeks for a bonus. Truth is a man who creates a problem. Truth is a facade of independence, the ownership of 90% of our resources. Truth is the fight, blood for the 10% we so own. Truth is the system rigged to suit a few ties and bows and economic terrorism. Truth fights. Truth governs. Fights in truth for truth. Lies lie still. Dressed in political gowns, legislative watches, and leather government shoes, convincing us that subservience is right and exploitation is growth. Lies create middlemen to pursue an agenda. I see lies as a bowl of poison, decorated with ugly power. I see lies as an intrusive thought, hell-bent on punishing my thoughts for thinking right thoughts. I see lies as a soldier working against my mind to dig out God's words in exchange for sinning contracts. Lies aren't always a beautiful picture with sparkles and pearls hanging by your bedroom door. Lies are also a prison you do not know of. They said our freedom cost too much. Well, they couldn't afford it. They also said they could be our light. Well, how could they possibly protect us when they hide in the dark? These lies. Listen, how much poison do we take until we can't anymore? What stories are we going to choose to tell? What's our narrative? Our path? Do we tend to live in and for the box like democracy, a beautiful sin? We can't speak the same language because my tongue is tied to the bruises of our past. We need an amendment. The shackles of this prison and the foreseen doom of our future. Like a retired body language, I am tired of rooting their rules. How are you going to teach me leadership skills when your pillars are broken? How are you going to teach me rights when you can't right the wrongs? When you right the wrongs? When you right the wrongs? God made us locks impenetrable. He made us shadows to walk on all sides but never against us. Take a look at the mirror and tell me you are not beautiful. Understand you're worth more than pricing. Understand. Tell me God made a mistake. And I swear on my life I will look away walking. I won't try to show you how perfectly fitting our Sahel pieces patch their ceilings. You don't need a traveler's guide. You're a map of beauty and riches. Look closely. Like soldier mannequins, find and fight for your people. Like a man and his skin. Like a man and his kin. Our way of life is preserved. For without purpose, problems punish people possessed through pleasing. Now hear me. Today, we begin with a step, a revolution. This present-day Sahel airs the difference, taking back control of our resources. Wear her like a coat in winter. Have your gold reserves button you up. Tie your suits in your own currency. And as you walk, diplomacy, laws, and treachery will follow like a neatly structured disease. Don't look back. Take ownership and walk. Brush off those dusty loans. Pay it all back. No more strings. Cleanse your nation of impurities and unite with better governance. Rebuild, rewrite, and own it. Yours truly, Sahel.
Thank you, Jainaba. Another round of applause for Jainaba, please. That was very inspiring. Now, to share a youth perspective from the heart of the Sahel, I have the honor to invite Mr. Sori Ibrahim Cisse, representing the National Youth Council of Mali, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Sori, you have the floor. Thank you. You want to come here? You want to come here? Yes. You want to come here? Thank you.
Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués participants, chers jeunes leaders, en vous rang grade, tout protocole observé. Alors, ce forum de Banjul tire à sa fin. Ce 31 juillet 2025, je suis profondément honoré de m'adresser à vous en tant que jeune leader pour le changement positif, de toutes celles et ceux qui œuvrent sans relâche pour un Sahel meilleur. Ces 2 jours, nous avons partagé idées, expériences et engagements qui révèlent une force collective inédite, un engagement inébranlable pour l'autonomisation des jeunes et la transformation durable de notre région. Le Sahel que nous imaginons, c'est un Sahel résilient, capable de surmonter les défis les plus aigus, qu'il s'agisse des crises climatiques, des violences ou des fragilités économiques, par la force de nos communautés et la volonté inébranlable de sa jeunesse. Cette résilience est le socle sur lequel nous devons bâtir. Un socle solide qui puise sa force à la fois dans nos racines et dans notre vision tournée vers l'avenir. Le Sahel que nous construisons est un Sahel à gouvernance inclusive, où les jeunes, les femmes, les communautés marginalisées ne sont plus de simples spectateurs, mais des véritables acteurs clés au cœur des décisions. Une gouvernance transparente et participative qui nous donnera les outils pour transformer les institutions et bâtir une paix durable, capable de libérer les potentiels extraordinaires de notre région. Mais plus encore, le Sahel que nous portons à nos cœurs est un Sahel où le rôle des jeunes est central. C'est un rôle vital qui fait de nous des bâtisseurs de paix, des entreprises de développement et des sujets actifs du renouveau démocratique. Notre énergie, notre audace et notre créativité sont les leviers puissants qui peuvent changer le cours de l'histoire pour chaque communauté, chaque village, chaque ville de notre région. Les discussions et les résultats de ce forum sont une preuve éclatante que nous ne sommes plus dans l'attente. Nous sommes dans l'action. Action collective, aller à une responsabilité partagée, un engagement porté par toutes les générations. Nous avons démontré que nos voix unies peuvent transformer les défis en opportunités, que la solidarité régionale est notre atout majeur, que notre jeunesse est la clé du développement durable du Sahel. Alors, en conclusion, je lance un vibrant appel à chacun de vous. Soyons des gardiens de cette vision, des artisans de cette transformation et les porteurs d'espoir pour des générations à venir. Que notre avenir soit celui d'un Sahel fort, uni, prospère. Un Sahel où chaque jeune trouve sa place, sa voix et devient un moteur de changement vrai et positif. Ensemble, et seulement ensemble, nous écrirons cette nouvelle page de l'histoire du Sahel avec confiance, courage et détermination. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Please put your hands together again for Mr. Emery. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite His Excellency Abdoulaye Mar Gueye, United Nations Under Secretary General and Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel. Excellency, please.
Thank you, MC, Mr. Minister. I really feel to be redundant or even irrelevant after I hear Jenaba and Ibrahim. I think they have written the memorandum or even the manifesto of our meeting. If you combine the two, they have said it. In fact, listening to them, I wonder if this session should have been called a closing session. We are trying to discuss the governance of the future, but I think they have opened the session for the future. Thank you, both of you. I was thrilled when I heard Jenaba. It reminds me Maya Angelou. Two poems of Maya Angelou. Phenomenal woman, she is. Phenomenal woman we have seen these last 2 days that we have been discussing here. Thank you, Jenaba, for reminding us that we need phenomenal women like you to really imagine the Sahel of the future. But what I really got out of your statement is that second poem of Maya Angelou, do it, I think we will succeed the Sahel. MC, I should be concluding in 2 words. The future is in the hands of the young generation. When I heard that we wanted to have a compact or agreement, I got scared. We shouldn't be having a compact. In Banjul, we have started a symphony that should be continuing. My advice to UNDP, and you have done it in UNDP, you have this notion of labs. I think we have to get out in the future out of this Davos style and invent a Banjul style of discussion, which is a lab where it will be an intergenerational discussion between the older generation and the younger generation that I represent here. I think that is the future. The Ibrahims and the Jenabas and the Mars will be in that meeting. So let me say how impressed I am and scared, by the way, of the power of our prescriptive mind. I have heard 2 words that scare me during the 2 days. Il faut, il n'y a qu'à, we need, we must. And that is our intellectualism. We have to be very careful and afraid. We don't know the solutions. We have to understand. We have to have a sense of humility. My advice to UNDP, to the the Good Luck Foundation, and to the Gambia is that we open in the future a kind of labs that you have in UNDP, this laboratory, where we say we don't know the solution. We know there is the solution, but we don't know. Getting together, we can be closer to the solution. This kind of intergenerational forum where we discuss, this is where we will find the grail. Thank you, all of you. That was a great spirit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That was also a very powerful statement. Now, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I now invite Her Excellency Madam Ahuna, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director for UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa. Your Excellency, you now have the floor.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency, President Goodluck Jonathan, former President of Nigeria, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, you know, this forum has been long in the making. And I recall our anxiety a few years ago when we realized we couldn't have this meeting when it was proposed in the Gambia. And we wrestled with this. We were in a hurry to have the meeting, to have the forum launched. And for some reason, it was a little bit difficult to do it here, and it had to be postponed. In between, there were offers for it to be held elsewhere. But we kind of persisted because there was something about having this in Gambia, something that was saying to us that having this forum in the Gambia will be a powerful reminder for the government and people of Gambia of how far they have come in their journey, in their long walk to freedom. But we also felt it will be also a very important reminder to this country on what's at stake in sustaining peace and the freedom that they have found. And I hope that patience, that persistence has paid off, because I think Gambia had earned the place of being the birthplace of this first inaugural meeting. I also want to agree with Mar here that one of the things that came to me as I sat the last 2 days is the situation that for us to walk this walk in the Sahel, we need wisdom, we need knowledge, we need experience, but we also need energy, we need enthusiasm, we need grit, we need the excitement and the stamina of the youth. So the forum launched today, I believe going forward, like Ma said, has to be conceptualized as an intergenerational space. 60%, we say, of the population in this region is under the age of 30. In every room where we have this conversation, we must make sure that 60% is under the age of 30. It must be genderized, gender balanced. We say 52% of the population in the Sahel are women. We must make sure that in every space, on the platform, behind the scenes, behind the rooms, 52% of the participants are women. Achieve a reflection of the reality that we have in society. And I think as we come to the close of this inaugural Sahel Governance Forum, I really want to thank all of you seated here for your voice, your courage, your clarity, and your vision. I realize that even though the issues have been so tough, that the passion, your determination, your conviction, and your presence here indicates one thing, that none of us here is ready to give up on the Sahel. That instead, we're pumped up and we have a deep resolve to go forward towards the solutions and resolutions that will give birth to that future of governance. I want to thank our leaders from the UN system, USG Mar, Under Secretary General Mar, SRSG Mao, and our other senior representatives from here. We have resident representatives from different countries of UNDP. We have resident coordinators here. President Jonathan's foundation and the team, International IDEA. We have a joint team of the organizers who have been working behind the scenes. Some of them haven't slept, tirelessly trying to pull this together. We just come and we eat at the table. But I can tell from their faces that it's been tough. And they stood up and delivered. So please, let's give them a round of applause. Over the past 2 days, we have reflected deeply on what governance is in the Sahel and what it must become. We have spoken honestly about wealth creation, integrity in leadership, accountability, and inclusion, not as an abstract ideal, but as a building block of a more peaceful, prosperous, and just region. We have agreed, as expressed by the different speakers, that the future we seek will not be delivered by chance, that it must be designed by leadership that listens, leadership that cares, and leadership that's ready to serve, by systems that have integrity, and by people who are empowered to shape their own destinies, people who have agency, who do not fear to express themselves, and who are given the chance to do so without fear. We have heard the voices of youth demanding space to create, not just to wait. We've heard the call of women for equal opportunity at the table, not symbolic inclusion. And we've heard from leaders who understand that governance is not about holding power, it is about earning trust. We heard scholars and members of civil society, as well as the private sector, who are ready to collaborate with relevant stakeholders to promote the agency of the people. We heard our young artists, including my favorite poet in this country, Janabi, whose talents continue to make the Sahel proud. This forum may be ending this chapter, but the real work begins now. One of the most important contributions of this forum has been the launch of the report, The Future of Governance in the Sahel, Rebuilding Social Cohesion and Public Trust. I want to encourage all policymakers, leaders, political actors, civil society, organizations, development partners, captains of business, to actively engage with its findings and recommendations and to translate its insights into real actionable reforms at local, national, regional, and global levels. And UNDP here remains committed to work with partner organizations represented here to translate the recommendations into actions for the people of the Sahel. And as we leave Banjul this time, we must commit to building economies that serve everyone, not just a few, to lead with integrity, not entitlement, and to govern in a way that restores hope, not just order. Let us not settle for only managing crisis in the Sahel. We must build legitimacy. Let us not wait for peace to arrive. We must lead with justice so peace can follow. And let us remember that the people of the Sahel, its farmers, its traders, its teachers, its market women, its artists and dreamers are not a problem to be solved. They are part of the solution. To our incredible team who put this together between Senegal, Gambia, and the entire organizing team, once again, thank you for your tireless work behind the scenes in making the forum not just possible, but meaningful. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make this forum the beginning of a new era for the Sahel and for Africa. Thank you.
Please, can we give Madam Ahuna another round of applause, please? That was so wonderful. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it is my pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the chairperson of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. As a part of the organizing team,
Yes, sir. Okay.
as a part of the organizing team, let me sincerely join my sister Hona to thank the government of the Gambia for hosting us. Yeah. And not just hosting us, but for participating fully. At least I arrived on Tuesday. From that Tuesday, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and the Gambians abroad and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry were at the airport to receive us. Then the opening, the President himself was here with senior government functionaries, Attorney General and others. But the Vice President is here with us today to conclude this session. So I have to sincerely thank the President and the government. And Vice President, please convey my sincere appreciation to my younger brother, Mr. President. And let me also, on behalf of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, appreciate the United Nations Development Program for bringing us in to organize this program. We are just a featherweight compared to them. But for bringing us in, you have promoted us beyond our expectation. So we appreciate you and all your staff. And the issues that we've been discussing since yesterday could be summarized in few words. And of course, some of the speakers, including Governor Bala, mentioned it, the issue of governance. The key thing we have now, so how do we convey these various talks to the critical elements of the sub-region that can implement it? Our serving governors, our serving parliamentarians, our serving ministers, and so on. And I was impressed because today some governors of the Gambia pay a courtesy call on me. They are young people, 40 plus. And they personally expressed their delight and what they gained in participating in this program as young people that we're looking up to lead the sub-region tomorrow. During the parallel session, I decided to go to the platform for the women. And I was quite impressed. The robust conversation among the women. I was pleasantly surprised that the serving judge was a part of the discussion. Normally, judges are very conservative. You hardly see them on platforms like this. So they have done well. And listening to the questions, especially the ones that came from outside this room that were read by some of our young people, that questions directed to the president of Ecowas. I know the expectation of people, not just within the Sahel, but Ecowas generally. But my good friend, Dr. Omar Toure, you are doing a great job in Ecowas. I can say that because I've worked with you after leaving office. And Ecowas is doing well. In most cases, when you have a child, you don't notice that your child is growing. But the people, friends who visit, or relatives that visit you maybe 2 years, 3 years interval, they are the people who say, this child has grown. But because the child lives with you, so you don't even notice the growth. I used to tell people that if you were to write a textbook on democracy in Africa, some 35, 40 years ago, I'm not sure you'll be able to write 50 pages. But now, if you are going to write a book on democracy in Africa, you can go up to 200 to 300 pages. Yes, we have challenges, but we are also growing. We are also moving. People specifically ask about the three countries, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, vis-a-vis Ecowas. And I can say that Ecowas now is still even more stable than the time I was the president of I was the chair of the authority of the heads of state and government. That was 2010. That 2010, I was just the vice president, but acting president then. And of course, our president said I should chair I should be the chair of the authority. And it was an enormous responsibility for me. We had coup in Niger. I knew how many times I invited the military man that led the coup. Say, look, you can't stay there for too long. We continued to discuss and discuss and discuss until we quickly made sure the elections were done. We became friends. Burkina Faso, we had the same crisis. It is not new. Military took over. Myself, President Macky Sall, and I think Mahama flew in, and we said, no, we can't continue this way. Within that day, we were able to get the military out. An interim government that was to stay for 9 months to 1 year and conduct election was set up. Of course, even Mali, 2012, that's how myself and the former president became friends. When there was a crisis in Mali, 2012. I remember one day I flew into Mali very early in the morning. I stayed there till about 12 midnight before I flew back to Abuja. Finally, we were able to stabilize the country, became acting president until elections were conducted. Even Côte d'Ivoire, during the problem between Ouattara and Gbagbo, the stalemate after the elections, it was led to civil war. About 3,000 people died. I was still the chair of the authority, and I knew what we did to stabilize the country. Togo, at the time, was also very tense. Sierra Leone was very tense. Then it was very tense. I remember there was a day I was in Kenya, in Nairobi, and I got a call from Benin. So I have to return back immediately. I didn't even stop in Abuja. I have to fly into Cotonou immediately. And we engaged, and we were able to bring the tension down. So, and if you look at what is happening now, even these three countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, to me, just like we discussed about transition, these are countries that are in transition. That cannot be the final government. But it's good that Ecowas is becoming quite diplomatic to manage the situation. These problems will be resolved. And I believe the sub-region will even be better off. So let me, again, on behalf of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, on behalf of the UNDP, thank all of you for coming to participate. Throughout yesterday, we were here from morning till night, now morning till night. It's not an easy thing. So we have to sincerely appreciate your commitment and your contributions especially, because they were quite heartwarming, quite educative, and I believe it will help the sub-region. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Please, another round of applause for His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Mohammed B.S. Jallow. Your Excellency,
Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, Chairperson of the Goodluck Ebel Jonathan Foundation, Your Excellencies, former heads of state, Excellencies, former vice presidents, honorable ministers and permanent secretaries, Special Representative of the Secretary General, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Assistant Secretary General and United Nations Development Program, Regional Director for Africa, United Nations Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel, and other esteemed representatives of United Nations, Regional Director of International IDEA, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, service chiefs, senior government officials, regional governors here present, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw the curtains on this historic first ever Sahel Governance Forum, I stand before you with immense delight and gratitude. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed a convergence of wisdom, experience, and vision, a gathering that has reaffirmed our collective commitment to shaping a future of governance that is nationally owned, just, inclusive, and rooted in the aspirations of our people. This forum has not only been a platform for dialogue, it is a gathering for deep reflection and renewed resolve. We have listened to voices from across the Sahel, from former heads of states to youth and women leaders, from seasoned policymakers to community champions. Together, we have unpacked the complexities of governance, peace building, and public trust, and we have dared to imagine a better tomorrow. As Vice President of the Gambia, and as stated by His Excellency President Adama Barrow at the opening of this first ever Sahel Governance Forum, I am proud to echo the bold steps our government has taken to lead by example. The launch of the Green Focus Recovery National Development Plan, known as YIRUA, is a testament to our resolve to build forward better. With its 7 transformative pillars, from governance reforms to climate resilience, from digital innovations to peace and human rights, the YIRUA is not just a plan, it is a promise to our people. We have also demonstrated our commitment to transitional justice and reconciliation. We have chosen the path of accountability, healing, and renewal. This is the kind of leadership the Sahel and the whole of Africa needs: courageous, transparent, and people-centered. Your Excellencies, let us not allow the momentum of this forum to fade. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and the urgency of action. The challenges we face in the Sahel are formidable, but they are not insurmountable. With shared purpose, dialogue, increased solidarity, and strategic partnership, we can overcome the challenges, rebuild trust, restore cohesion, and strengthen governance for generations to come. To our international partners and co-hosts, the United Nations Development Program, the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, the Office of United Nations Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel, and International IDEA, we thank you for walking this journey with us. To the government and citizens of the Sahel, especially our youth and women, we pledge to dialogue, collaborate, and keep your issues and needs at the center of our collective decisions and action plan for a peaceful and prosperous Sahel now and for future. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we close this forum, let us live not with speeches, but with commitments. Let us live not with applause, but with action. Let us live not with memories, but with a mission to build a Sahel where governance and development is a force for unity, dignity, and progress. On behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow and the people of the Gambia, I thank you all for your participation, your insights, and your unwavering dedication to the future of our region. May the spirit of Kolole guide us forward. Thank you, safe travels, and may peace and prosperity reign across the Sahel and the rest of the globe. It is now my singular honor to declare the Sahel Governance Forum officially closed. Thank you for your kind attention.
Please. Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In closing, let me, on behalf of the government of the Republic of the Gambia and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation and Gambians Abroad, thank each one of you, our co-hosts, speakers, delegates, youth voices, the development partners for your unwavering commitment to good governance and a peaceful, united Sahel. Let me also thank you all for your participation. Let us depart not with a sense of conclusion, but with a renewed sense of mission to take what we have built here in Banjul and transform it into a real, inclusive, and sustainable change across our countries and communities. Thank you once again for your presence, your passion, and your partnership. We wish you safe travels, and we look forward to meeting again with progress in hand at the next forum. I thank you all. Safe day.
We now turn to our plenary panel, a discussion on the central theme of our conference, development in the age of populism. Special welcome to our online audience joining us via live.worldbank.org, as well as everyone participating in the conversation on social media channels using the hashtag ABCD2025. Our distinguished panelists will examine the implications of populism for poverty reduction, explore how governments are balancing short-term political considerations with long-term development objectives, and consider the role that global institutions can and should play in this context. The session will be moderated by Mr. Justin Sandefur, who leads a program on economic growth in low and middle-income countries at Open Philanthropy. Over to you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good to be here. So we're going to have a discussion here on our theme for the whole conference, development in the age of populism. I want to kick off by welcoming our panelists, in addition to Indermit, who you've already met, who is Chief Economist and Senior Vice President here at the World Bank. We also have with us, why don't you go ahead and come on up to the stage, Rachel and Danny, if you want to come on up. So Danny Kwa is Lee Ka-shing Professor of Economics at the Lee Kuan Yew School at the National University of Singapore. He was a member of the Spence-Stiglitz Commission, former head of the Economics Department at LSE, and a name in my textbook in graduate macroeconomics when I was in school, I'm sure for many of us. Rachel Glenister is the president of the Center for Global Development just down the road, my former boss until a couple of months ago, former chief economist at the UK's FCDO, professor at University of Chicago, and the executive director of JPAL at MIT. So we are here, as I said, to discuss populism. Before we start in, one of the immediate pushbacks I got when discussing this panel with people is, populism is kind of circular. In development, we say, populism is whatever is hindering development, and a lack of development is what leads to populism. And so just to put kind of a definition from political scientists on the table, which the panelists can agree or disagree with, political scientist Cass Moody says, populism is an ideology that pits the pure people versus the corrupt elite or establishment. And I'm afraid to say, I think, standing here in the World Bank, we represent that economic establishment to some degree. Economists have spent many years studying populism. In the 1990s, Dornbush and Edwards, studying left populism in Latin America and the lack of fiscal constraints, and more recently, the rise of right-wing populism, leading to decay of institutions, protectionism, and declining trade. So today we're going to focus on two big questions. The first half, I want to ask the panelists about what explains the rise of populism, and in the second half, what are we going to do about it as development professionals? Is this on? Yes, excellent. So let's kick in to that first half about what explains the rise of populism. And I want to start with Danny, with you. The paper I just mentioned, recent research shows that in 2018, we reached peak populism, more populist leaders in the world than at any other point by the measure of a recent AER paper. Give us your explanation for why that's true. Economists focus on economic grievance, and maybe as somebody who's studied the rise of Asia, you can talk to us about the role of Asian growth and globalization as a factor in the West.
Thank you, Justin, for kicking us off. And thank you all for sharing your morning and your time with us if you're coming in online. What was really striking in the graph that Indermit you showed was that populism, doesn't matter whether it's right-wing or left-wing, it has reached a peak. If we don't fall into the labels, right or left, but we simply think about what it is anger. It is a world that is angry. And it is angry for perhaps different reasons or perhaps for underlying economic reasons.
Organization-led community dialogues involving municipal authorities, parents, and youth to mobilize solutions. And he's urged participants to act as ambassadors for children's rights on mining. And he also will bring to this conversation experience in civic mobilization, youth-led governance, advocacy, intergenerational policy dialogue, and human rights grounded in tangible community action. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me again to welcome my panelists. Thank you for agreeing to do this. Thank you so very much. That is very helpful and very encouraging. So we go straight into the conversation that we are having. I mean, we cannot talk about digital advancement and, without having this conversation on technology. And may I adjust this because it looks a little bit weird? And so I'd like to begin with you, Jallo. Because you are the guru when it comes to tech, and you've done a lot of work here in the Gambia in terms of that. You have also spearheaded initiative that is locally grown. Part of the things that we've been hearing, we had the privilege to speak to a lot of young people as Deutsche Welle 77% during this forum to ask them what is the thing that they want, what are the things that matter to them. One of the things that came up strongly is locally grown knowledge, locally grown, trying to bring what matters to us that is originally us and to project it to global audience. So I'd like to ask you, how have you been able to build what you've built from the scratch? And how are you able to get other young people to buy into all the tech initiative that you have, especially to advance civic engagement and governance in the Gambia and, of course, beyond the Gambia?
Thank you very much. Don't worry, with AI, everybody is going to become a tech guru anyway, so.
Yes, I agree.
They want real-time and interactive step back and really think about our governance systems, especially from a technology perspective. It's no longer plugging in technology into some place, into a process, but you actually have to take a step back and completely rewrite the governance processes. That is not to say that you're going to create limitations in any way, but it just means that there are so many processes that are redundant, that are no longer necessary. So building tools, mobile-first tools, I think it's the only scalable path for us to be able to progress from a governance perspective, right? So I remember I had a passport, but I didn't have an ID card, so I was able to use my passport for quite a bit, and I was going to have issues. Normally, I haven't been there for so long, and I went to the ID card place. I saw a long queue, right? A long queue. It was crazy. And I called somebody, and it's like, okay, just go in there and speak to somebody, right? And I couldn't do it. I looked at my parents' age mates, my uncle's age mates. I'm not better than them. Why should I, because of whatever influence I may have, to just go inside, speak to somebody, just to simply make a payment? And this is a process that you can probably fix in 2 weeks. As crazy as it sounds, this is really something that you could potentially fix in 2 weeks to completely eliminate those queues. It's a bottleneck. And I think that one of the most important points to consider as a continent is that we have to leapfrog. And we don't have to follow the developed world and replicate their mistakes and learn the hard way. And we have done this successfully, right? We have moved directly to mobile networks and skipped landlines. We've moved directly to mobile money and skipped traditional banking, right? So this is how we should think, especially with AI. I think it's the biggest equalizer. On my way here, I was talking to a friend of mine, and more like a mentor of mine. I was explaining to him how I was able to get a airplane pilot's license while running 2 companies, studying for 6 subjects about navigation, aerodynamics, and weather, using ChatGPT. I just took 3,000 questions. I gave it to ChatGPT, and instead of reading the material and going to the questions, I went to the questions and went back to the theory to understand the theoretical concepts of all these subjects. So when we think of ChatGPT in generative AI in education, we only think of it from the concerns of plagiarism and so on. But we always miss the fact that even from a learning perspective, there are massive opportunities in things that would have otherwise taken you years to read, massive books to read. But you can just summarize, and things that are highly complex to be broken down in a lingo that you're more familiar with to allow you to be able to understand it very easily. So I'll just stop there
Yes,
for lack
please.
of time. All right.
Please do. And
All
we
right.
can finish the conversation about ChatGPT. There's a whole session on that.
Right.
Anyways, before we proceed, there is a passionate appeal. I'm not very happy to make this appeal, but what can I do? It is that the other session is we need some people to show some interest there. Well, I really love you all and I don't want you to go, but I've been compelled to make this announcement. So please, if some participant, maybe one or two, just 2 people or 3, anyways, if some participants would kindly go to the other parallel session. The session is on aid to assets for natural resource governance. This is the announcement, but of course I'm happy to have you, so you might as well just ignore the announcement. Anyways, okay, so shall we now continue? Thank you very much, as he's able to do because he has access to internet. There are people who still now cannot. We have Burkina Faso, which has just 19.9 internet penetration. Mali has 31, Niger with 16. Even the Gambia, thankfully though, has 54.2%, Senegal with 60% of internet penetration. That is good. But there are places that it's not that common. So how are you coping? What are you doing to be able to provide solutions using technology in the grassroots area where it is not really as common, perhaps, or as popular? I'd love for you to really take us through the practical steps because, again, what this session would do is to give us practical steps that we hear from your lived experiences and how you engage to provide solutions. Because at the end of the day, it's solutions that we want and not just, as conferences do sometimes, plenty of talks, but not action. But this one is different, so thank you.
Excellent. I really like that question. I think that...
that is for Siriki.
Oops.
Thank you very much. You don't work in the grassroots. You're posh. So.
OK. Merci bien. Alors, comme elle a dit, moi je suis Nao Siriki de Burkina Faso. Association Jeunesse Espoir d'Afrique. Je suis de formation, si vous voulez bien, juriste expert électoral. Donc, en termes d'éthique, je ne suis pas un technicien. Mais bon, on va se débrouiller avec. Alors, peut-être avant de prendre la parole, si vous me permettez, je voulais rendre un hommage à son Excellence, à son Excellence, M. Dionkunda, l'ancien président malien, parce que j'ai été une fois dans son équipe des missions d'observation des élections au Togo, au nom de l'Union africaine. J'ai bien admiré son leadership. C'est un plaisir aujourd'hui de prendre la parole devant lui. En tout cas, merci pour le leadership imprimé. Alors, au Burkina Faso, il faudrait dire que nous travaillons également justement dans le domaine de faciliter, mettre beaucoup plus au profit des populations, surtout plus ou moins rurales, les opportunités de la technologie que, en tout cas, la technologie nous offre. Donc, dans cette dynamique, nous avons pu mettre en place un réseau qu'on appelle le réseau burkinabé des jeunes leaders pour l'intégrité, qui avait été mis en place sous le leadership du PNUD Burkina, à qui je dis d'ailleurs merci. Nous évoluons dans le domaine de la corruption et la promotion de l'intégrité au sein de la jeunesse estudiantine et jeunesse scolaire ainsi que celle rurale. Donc, on a mis en place une application que nous appelons une plateforme Faso Transparence. Nous travaillons, ceux qui connaissent un peu le Burkina Faso, vous savez que nous avons une structure étatique qu'on appelle l'ASE, Autorité supérieure de contrôle d'État et de lutte contre la corruption. Il y a également le réseau national de lutte anticorruption, le RENLAC, et bien d'autres structures. Donc, nous travaillons avec ces structures. L'application en question, il s'agit lorsque tu peux, déjà sur Play Store, tu peux télécharger cette application. Elle va consister à dénoncer les cas de fraude et de corruption dont on est témoin ou on est victime. Et lorsque vous ouvrez cette plateforme-là de dénonciation, alors nous avons cette possibilité d'écrire un message directement, ça veut dire vous mettez votre code, votre nom, prénom, vous écrivez. Soit vous faites la dénonciation par écrit, ou même déjà un tricolore si vous voulez bien en circulation. Le policier l'arrête et lui demande, mais vous avez brûlé le feu, bon, on peut s'entendre. Il dit, ben oui, je suis à l'écoute. Il dit, bon, si vous avez 2000 francs CFA, vous me donnez, et puis bon, on va faire telle affaire. Mais le citoyen a joué au jeu, il a donné 2000, mais il a tout fait pour avoir aussi une image de ce geste-là, qu'il a directement mis ça sur la plateforme. Dès lors que nous avons reçu ça au sein de notre structure, comme nous travaillons avec les structures bien habilitées, la SCLC, qui est une structure étatique, donc il travaille avec la police ainsi que la gendarmerie et la justice, nous avons balancé cette information justement au niveau de cette instance de haute juridiction. De l'enquête en enquête, on a pu mettre la main sur les policiers en question. Donc, du coup, aujourd'hui, nous avons beaucoup de facilités dans toutes les régions du Burkina Faso, même à l'extérieur. Dès que vous avez cette application, elle nous facilite beaucoup les choses. Et aujourd'hui, quand un policier arrête quelqu'un pour des cas de fraude quelconque, ils ont peur même et se disent, mais ces gens, ils ne font même pas exprès. Donc, du coup, ça participe aussi à renforcer notre intégrité au Burkina Faso. La deuxième chose dont je voulais aussi préparer, je vous ai dit que je suis un expert électoral. Nous aussi, on est parti sur la balle. Les élections sont trop coûteuses, surtout au Burkina Faso, pour ne pas dire en Afrique. Notre loi électorale dit que le vote là, c'est avec les papiers, bulletins, il faut le mettre dans l'urne. Bon, nous, on a pensé à quelque chose, à un logiciel qui nous permet de faire un vote électronique. Donc, aujourd'hui, nous accompagnons les universités dans la désignation. Si l'université doit mettre en place son bureau, ça veut dire désigner le président des étudiants ou des élèves. Nous partons, on les accompagne avec cette application. Ça veut dire qu'on incorpore déjà la liste électorale. Pour nous, dans cette application-là, c'est la carte d'étudiant, les référents de la carte d'étudiant ou bien la carte scolaire. Dès lors que nous incorporons ces référents dans la plateforme, même le jour des élections, même si tu es couché dans ta chambre, tu peux voter ton candidat sans faire le déplacement, venir à l'université ou à l'école. Il y a des gens qui sont plus malins, qui voulaient nous tester. Ils ont volé les cartes de leurs camarades, aller voter à leur place. Et lorsque les propriétaires même de ces cartes-là voulaient aller voter, ça signalait fraude. Et quand ça signale fraude, directement c'est balancé dans le système de cartes, de bulletins blancs et bulletins nuls. Donc, dans ça, actuellement, mais la loi ne permet pas de déployer ça sur mais ça a moindre coût. On gagne en temps parce que lorsqu'un seul clic, le déploiement est automatiquement fait. Cliquez à la fin. Et lorsque vous suivez les tendances, nous qui avons accès par exemple, à la barre des données, quand vous suivez les tendances, vous voyez ça monte, ça descend, tel candidat, ça monte, ça descend. Donc ça devient très intéressant. Mais nous préparons à faire adopter ça par l'État burkinabé, comme nous sommes en pleine réforme institutionnelle au Burkina Faso. On espère que l'autorité va avoir une oreille à notre application. Vous avez appris que la CENI du Burkina Faso est dissoute. C'est pour permettre justement ces réformes-là. Voilà comment nous arrivons à mettre à disposition les nouvelles technologies au profit de la population. Maintenant, ça a des limites, puisque lorsque tu ne sais pas écrire, lorsque tu ne détiens pas un portable smartphone, c'est difficile d'avoir ces trucs souvent sur ton portable, mais nous travaillons là-dessus. Merci bien.
Thank you. You would agree with me that this is very impressive. From using this simple app, I mean, how you've described it to read corruption, daily corruption. I'd really love the one on police because, I mean, I'm Nigerian and where I come from, there is something about always giving, something to the police on the checkpoints. So I think it will be something to replicate where we'll be able to get them, take their pictures or do whatever, and that would reduce significantly on the road. So that's really very impressive. Also talking about how you use that for electoral situations where you're reducing electoral malpractices, so to say, and corruption, and that's very impressive. And that's what this session is about, just bringing practical solutions that can be replicated in other places, in other countries in the Sahel. So thank you for that. And so I'll move now to Zainaba. Zainaba. Yes, Okay. I mean, I don't know how you all feel about ChatGPT. Depends. But like, I want to say that ChatGPT indeed told me a few more things about you that I did not see on your bio. And one of the ones that is very, very interesting to me is that it says that you are a leading voice for mobilizing youth and women in the Sahel to actively engage in climate and resilience and sustainable development, particularly through educational and advocacy programs. So you deal with children as well, you deal with women as well, you're into education, you're also into storytelling. I'd like, just like Sirike did here, for you to give us practical examples of how you are mobilizing the youth to engage in your community, for them also to be part of the conversation that you have around in your community, around governance, around education, around also empowering themselves. So would love to hear directly.
D'accord, merci beaucoup pour la question. Bonjour à tous. C'est un plaisir d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Je remercie le PNUD pour l'invitation à ce forum. Je souhaiterais, avant de répondre à votre question, dire qu'aujourd'hui, je voudrais prendre la parole ici en ces lieux, pas qu'en tant que jeune engagé pour le climat, mais surtout en tant que voix d'une jeunesse sahélienne nombreuse, d'une jeunesse sahélienne très active, mais surtout très créative, mais une voix qui est très peu écoutée, sinon très peu entendue ou prise en compte. Donc oui, je travaille au niveau du réseau des jeunes sahéliens. Je suis tellement honorée que ChatGPT vous dise autant sur moi. Je ne savais pas que j'étais... Donc, merci à Chat et merci à vous pour les recherches. Effectivement, au niveau du réseau des jeunes sahéliens pour le climat, mon travail, c'est vraiment à ce niveau. C'est un travail de formation, de sensibilisation et de plaidoyer à tous les niveaux pour que la jeunesse soit prise en compte dans tout ce qui est lutte contre les changements climatiques. Parce que moi, je me dis que on ne peut pas prendre des décisions pour l'avenir d'une jeunesse sans impliquer cette jeunesse-là. Nous sommes nombreux, les gens l'ont dit ici, en Afrique, surtout au Sahel, dans beaucoup de nos pays, plus de 60 à 70% de la population a moins de 25 ans. Donc, c'est vraiment une richesse démographique immense, mais qui est très peu exploitée. Donc, c'est pourquoi il est important que la jeunesse soit engagée, que la jeunesse soit impliquée et que la jeunesse joue son rôle aujourd'hui d'acteur, mais pas que des spectateurs. On ne doit pas être juste là parce qu'on doit être là, juste parce qu'on a envie de voir les jeunes dans la salle, on invite les jeunes, alors qu'on n'est pas écouté, alors que ce qu'on dit, nos idées ne sont pas prises en compte. Donc, pour revenir à ce que je fais, au Mali et un peu partout dans le Sahel, nous essayons de former le maximum de jeunes sur les questions du changement climatique. Parce qu'on s'est rendu compte d'une chose, c'est que nous sommes les plus frappés aujourd'hui par les fléaux, par ce fléau, par les conséquences du changement climatique. Les inondations, nous les vivons tous les jours en Afrique, au Sahel. La sécheresse, la chaleur, c'est notre quotidien aujourd'hui. Sauf que malheureusement, notre jeunesse, nos communautés ne sont pas totalement mis au courant de la chose. Ils ne savent pas qu'ils ont eux-mêmes un impact négatif sur l'environnement, malheureusement. Donc c'est important pour nous autres de les informer, d'aller vers eux et de les mettre à niveau. Et on le fait aussi au niveau des plus petits. Donc, dans vos recherches, vous avez vu que je travaillais sur un programme Green Kids. C'est un programme qui a permis de former 200 enfants au Mali sur les questions du changement climatique, la protection de l'environnement. C'est des enfants de 9 à 14 ans. De 9 à 14 ans sur un an, un programme qui a été financé par le PNUD Centre-Rome. Et on a fait la clôture il y a quelques mois au Mali en présence du ministère de l'Environnement. Et ces enfants ont pris la parole. Ils étaient bluffés. Ils avaient énormément appris et ils souhaiteraient en fait que les enfants du Mali, tous les enfants du Mali, tous les enfants du Sahel puissent bénéficier également de ce programme. Ils ont fait un plaidoyer devant le ministre de l'Environnement un enfant de 10 ans ou de 11 ans a pris la parole pour demander à ce que l'éducation environnementale et climatique soit insérée dans le système éducatif malien. Et c'est ça notre objectif, c'est ce que nous recherchons, que ces enfants, dès le bas âge, puissent être mis à niveau, que dès le bas âge, ils puissent comprendre les choses et savoir qu'ils ont un rôle à jouer dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Donc parlons de technologie puisqu'il s'agit de cela. J'espère ne pas être très long parce que je parle beaucoup. Puisqu'il s'agit de cela, aujourd'hui, un peu partout dans l'Afrique, énormément de programmes sont développés par des jeunes sur des questions technologiques pour résoudre tellement de problèmes. Dans le domaine de la santé, dans le domaine du changement climatique, comme je le disais tantôt, vous allez à l'université de leadership, l'Université africaine de leadership à Kigali, il y a un jeune, je pense, guinéen, un certain Diallo, qui a développé une machine automatisée de tri de déchets. C'est tellement impressionnant et il y a tellement de jeunes qui travaillent en ce sens-là. Vous avez parlé de ChatGPT. On est très créatifs. On est aujourd'hui à même en fait d'utiliser cette technologie-là pour aller vers une bonne gouvernance. On a juste besoin qu'on soit entendu, qu'on soit intégré et qu'on nous fasse confiance. C'est très important. L'avenir de l'Afrique, c'est aujourd'hui et l'Afrique ne peut pas se construire malheureusement sans sa jeunesse. Il faut qu'on soit impliqué, il faut qu'on soit là, il faut qu'on soit autour de la table. Pas que comme je le disais tantôt, par choix, mais parce qu'on a besoin d'être là, parce que nous avons quelque chose à apporter. Merci.
Thank you so very much, and thank you really for giving her that round of applause, because you are doing an incredible job and such a time to be an African. Thank you for the light that you're spreading on the continent from your own space. You reference your work there with Green Kids, where you're making them very, very environmentally aware and how to contribute. So thank you. I'll go now to you, Jallo. Part of what we were told yesterday by former President Goodluck Jonathan is that we ask the panelists who will come today how to create wealth. How do you create wealth? You have created a lot of apps with which you do something which I reckon is the same thing as what Kenyans would call the M-Pesa for money transfer, the same thing as I think it's mobile money, Momo in Ghana or so. I'm not exactly sure what we have in Nigeria. And so you part of what you're doing is you're creating these apps, but I want to know, how does that translate to creating wealth for those, especially young people, who would want to, tap into this, create wealth for themselves? We've been talking a lot about ChatGPT. It's interesting that ChatGPT made it into this conference. It depends again about how you feel. We know that one of its features is that it is inconsistent sometimes and not reliable, like the German weather, as they say. But how would we create wealth with all of this knowledge that we have as young people, whom Zainaba has said that it's important to bring to sit at the table and to be decision makers? I've not seen too many young people, really, even on the forum. But hopefully that will happen in the next time the UNDP is having this sort of forum, hopefully. But tell us, from your own experience, how very feasible this is to create wealth, and all of this knowledge that you have, how does it translate to money at the end of the day?
Understood. I believe that most of us have seen that meme where how your Walkman, your calculator, and all the array of devices that you typically carry are all merged into your phone. We have seen that, right?
Correct.
Now it has also come for your wallet. And what that means, if your wallet is also in your phone, it changes everything, because it significantly increases the velocity of transactions. Because payment is just a step in the transaction. So for example, if I had to drive and go somewhere to conduct a transaction, if I think of the traffic and maybe the outside temperature and everything, it could potentially discourage. So that's one truth, and that's why Google. Google became one of the biggest companies in the world, right? Mm-hmm. Because they know facts, right? But what is more true than a Google search or your social media activity is what you spend money on, because this creates what you call a psychographic profile. So instead of people brute forcing, having a bag of items and going around town trying to sell it, but now you have more compelling going around town trying to sell it. But now you have more compelling data that allows you to be able to service customers where your product and your service is more relevant, right? And so I think that this is not even limited by, it's not capped, I'm not an economist, but it's not even capped by your GDP, right? Because if you have $1,000 and you buy gas, and the person who buys gas pays, the owner of the stations pays somebody a salary, and that person pay school fees for their children, so on and so forth. So the velocity of the transaction, you see that the size of your market, your total addressable market, it's usually far greater than your GDP, right? So the potential is huge. And to finalize, especially touching on your point, I think that definitely there should be youth representation and not just tokenism, right? I think that, and consultation is not equals representation. I'm talking about, it's more about cognitive diversity as opposed to quotas. Mm-hmm. So, I've been running I've been running a company for a decade, and the fintech one that I just started. I've learned more from interns than I've learned from, the smartest engineers that I've ever met in my life, even given that I've worked in Silicon Valley. And the thing is, they come with fresh ideas. I mean, they have a lot to learn, but those things that they know are the things that you probably will not find from a book. Mm-hmm. So we need to have that involvement and, thinking from the ground up, especially, the demographic majority needs to be involved in the decision making. By that, I mean just being able to give their thoughts and ideas, especially about things that will affect them, right? So the potential is huge, especially what the numbers are indicating, and I think that this is the timing is right. And the biggest equalizer is the fact that instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars to build an app, we will see generative AI solutions allowing people to be able to take concepts that they have or ideas that they have and building tools and technologies, just with the fundamentals of computer science and being able to build tools that otherwise would not have been possible without the millions of dollars of budgets. So I think that the time is now, and I'm very excited to be alive today.
Yeah, I mean, Jallow, thank you very much. I mean, it's no doubt that you're an incredibly smart young person, and it's very also encouraging to see and how you make it almost very simple. You've simplified it, but just so this is not flying over our heads, all of this information is not flying over our heads. We cannot talk about digital advancement and technology without touching, of course, the impact of misinformation in all of this. And I'll come to you, Mr. Siriki, on this, because I was reading somewhere where it says that lies travel halfway around the world before the truth starts putting on its boots, or while the truth starts putting on its boots. That's kind of just talking about how fast falsehood spread against how the truth spread, and it's verified again, by MIT. But I'm bringing this to you, Mr. Siriki, because we're talking about how to provide solutions with technology, but sometimes also these people do not know how to verify what is true or how to use these tools, and so we get into the danger of causing more harm in terms of misinformation, spreading, news that will hurt others. In your work, again, with people in Burkina Faso in the grassroots, how are you able to really simplify all of these very bogus words that Jallow has used trying to explain technology? How do you translate it to people in the rural area, not to be victims using technology, but providing solution, in daily life? How do they pay attention? How do they verify? How do they know what is truthful? How do they know what would hurt them or what will not hurt them? We cannot have this conversation without bringing that. And I'm interested to know how you do that in your own area. I mean, maybe it's easy for people who are in this room to do that, but people who are not, those whom you work with, who are really the ones that you want to get to enjoy the dividends and benefits of technology, how do you handle that with them? Siriki?
Okay. Merci bien. Moi, j'ai envie de dire une chose, sans être très long. La jeunesse burkinabé n'a pas le choix. n'a pas le choix d'être sûr de ce que nous partageons et de ce que nous disons. Voilà, parce qu'aujourd'hui, avec le régime qui est en place, on n'est pas dans rigolade, en fait. Ce n'est pas des choses qu'on s'amuse avec. La loi, même les dispositions législatives du Burkina Faso, est tellement rigide là-dessus. Vous allez voir aujourd'hui, quand vous partez venez au Burkina Faso, vous allez voir presque tous les jours, il y a les dossiers en justice pour soit des informations, des fausses informations publiées ou partagées. Ça veut dire, si moi je m'assois derrière ma machine et dis par exemple, malheureusement son excellence.
Thank you very much. And this is the launch of the future of governance in the Sahel. We have evidence-based data to make us have a foundation for discussion moving forward, and all of the participation from all of you. And without further ado, may I please introduce the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians Abroad, Honorable Sereng Modou Diaye.
Thank you, my dear sister. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chairperson of the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, Your Excellency, former Prime President of the Republic of Mali, His Excellency Yankunda Traore, Excellencies, former Vice Presidents, Your Excellency, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Burkina Faso, United Nations Assistant Secretary General, UNDP Assistant Administrator and Director of Regional Bureau, Your Excellency, the President of the Ecowas Commission, Dr. Omar Aliou Touré, the Special Representative of the Secretary General, United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Regional Directors of International Ideas, the Honorable Governor of Bauchi State, Your Excellency, the Special Representative of the Chairperson of the African Union for the Sahel, His Excellency Dr. Tangara, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, my Lord, the Chief Justice, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, and Permanent Secretaries, Honorable Members of the National Assembly, Lord Mayors and Governors, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, Service Chiefs, senior government officials, the media, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense pleasure and great honor that I welcome you all to the Republic of the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa. For this inaugural edition of the special Sahel Governance Forum, under the timely and compelling theme, the future of governance, rebuilding social cohesion and public trust. This forum could not have come at a more opportune time as the region grapples with complex governance challenges rooted in historical, structural, economic, and political dynamics. It is imperative that as stakeholders, we redouble our commitment to the people-centered governance and inclusive development. Today, we are gathered here in pursuit of solutions that can help renew the social contract in the Sahel, foster justice, promote accountability, and governance structures that will serve the best interest of all peoples and governments in the region. Excellencies, this forum is a clarion call to revisit our frameworks with a view to bringing fresh thinking to bear, especially in the light of the aspirations of our youths and the resilience of our communities. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation to our valued partners, the United Nations Development Programme, the Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Foundation, the Office of the United Nations Special Coordinator for Development in the Sahel and International Ideas, for their steadfast collaboration with the government of the Republic of the Gambia in bringing this very important forum to fruition. The Republic of the Gambia is very proud to host this platform, one that convenes governments, community leaders, private sector voices, technical experts, and citizens from across the Sahel and beyond. Through this, we affirm our collective belief that only through inclusive, homegrown, and context-responsive solution can the region unlock its full potential to ensure no one is left behind. I am glad to note that this forum will also provide the platform to celebrate the launch of the first edition of the Future of Governance in the Sahel Report, a flagship publication which reflects months of research, engagement, and also analysis. It stands as a testament to what we can achieve when we combine evidence-based thinking into visionary policy dialogue. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, and with all these in mind, I now have the singular honor and great pleasure to invite to the podium a leader who continues to champion democratic governance, the rule of law, human rights, and inclusive development in our region. His Excellency, President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, to officially open this landmark forum, Therefore, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming His Excellency, the President. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, former President of Mali, former Vice President, here present, of the West Africa and the Sahel, Leonardo Santos, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, distinguished service chiefs, invited guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen. Before proceeding, I will seize this opportunity to thank the UN family and Goodluck Jonathan for choosing the Gambia to organize such a very important forum for the first time. Former President said, how can we create wealth? I have a straightforward answer. We maintain peace and stability, then we'll create wealth. It is with great honor that I welcome our international guests to the Gambia for the inaugural edition of the Sahel Governance Forum. In particular, I extend our special welcome to all the participants present. We value your attendance as it affirms your commitment to the urgency of the numerous tasks before us in the Sahel. I assure you that hosting this important forum here demonstrates the Gambia's enduring commitment to democratic governance, peace, security, and stability in the region and on the African continent as a whole. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Sahel is a region of immense promise. It is vastly rich in human and natural resources, favorably blessed with a unique cultural heritage, and endowed with a huge strategic potential to spur economic boom. These endowments make the region a formidable gateway to Africa's sustainable development and energy transition. Social cohesion and pace of development it deserves. Notwithstanding these observations, we are here today not to lament our challenges and inadequacies, but to confront them with courage, clarity, and collective resolve. Our task is to devise homegrown solutions, act on the lessons learned from the past, and move forward through peaceful and people-centered approaches for sustained development and prosperity. The theme for this forum, the future of governance, rebuilding social cohesion and public trust, could not be more timely. Across the Sahel, the slow pace of return to democratic rule and the withdrawal of some Sahel states from Ecowas continue to compound the persistent and emerging challenges that confront us individually and collectively. This forum offers us a unique opportunity in coherent actions to tackle the challenges we face in the region. Addressing such challenges require increased solidarity, devise partnerships, and thoroughly distill interventions, develop true, appropriate peace and development lenses. In the Gambia, we have taken bold steps to build forward better. In 2023, we launched the Green Recovery Focus National Development Plan 2023-2027, known as YIRWA. This plan articulates a bold vision for a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Gambia. Its pillars are not only policy priorities, but also meant to provide a roadmap for transformative change. At the heart of this vision lies a deep commitment to governance and peace building, recognizing that without trust, justice, and inclusive, real development outcomes could be eroded or unsustainable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to governance reform is further demonstrated by our response to the findings of the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparation Commission, TRRC, we established in 2018. In a historic move, out of the 265 recommendations in the TRRC white paper, my government accepted 263 out of the 265. And we have since embarked on their gradual implementation. These actions reflect our resolve to confront the past with honesty and build a future grounded in justice, accountability, and reconciliation, so that we leave this conference center with a renewed sense of purpose and a shared commitment to building a continent where governance works for all, where trust is restored, and where every citizen feels seen, heard, and valued. If all the good luck Evelebe Jonathan Foundation and the International IDEA for partnering and collaborating with us to co-host this forum. Be assured that the Gambia stands ready to work with all stakeholders and partners to implement the resolutions of this gathering and to champion a new era of governance, peace, and development in the Sahel. A well-coordinated, collaborative approach to implement shared commitments and resolutions is a viable option to ensure justice, inclusive and sustainable solutions for today's realities, especially for positively impacting the dynamic and creative youth and women of the region and the continent at large. We must always remember that peace in the Sahel can influence peace and stability in Africa and beyond. Hence the urgency to continue dialoguing and working together to transform our challenges into meaningful outcomes. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, hoping that the deliberation during these 2 days will contribute significantly towards rebuilding.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Considering your very busy schedule, Your Excellency, and we know you have other important state matters to attend to, we'll crave your indulgence to please stay for a few minutes to take a group picture. And on that note, the
not minding the informal sector that is producing most of the IGR, just the taxes. And then you see you cannot criminalize for poverty because we have a state where most of the people are not educated in the formal way, but they are knowledgeable. So we had to really prepare our youth in agriculture because you cannot mop up all those people that are not employed and are not employable in the context of Western parlance or governance, because they cannot work in the office, they cannot speak English, but they are very good in terms of knowledge. They are exposed even in the Quranic education. Their brains are opened, and they are always open to media. And so you have to be careful. They become so willing tool in terms of indoctrination. So we had an agri policy that really created ways and means for the young people to be put back to the farms, given startups, so that at the end of the day they become demonstration farms. We really created a lot of prosperity along that line, where young people, graduates, or those with diplomas will be able to employ their kins and kin. At the end of the day, they will make 20, 30 million naira. And that is a lot, from poverty to prosperity. And in solid minerals, we came up with a policy whereby we don't allow our community leaders, our traditional rulers, to sign community agreements for the foreigners, mostly the Chinese, to come and cut away our common resources. We become part and parcel as a state government with the process of the business, so that we take equity. At the end of the day, if you aggregate what we are getting in terms of equity, you will see that we are making so much money away from what we are normally getting from the federal coffers, from the federation account. And the activities itself put our own young people, our women, on the threshold of deep understanding to exploit their potentials, to be part of governance, to be respected because they are really connected with the government. And by so doing, we are able to create awareness that governance is about collective responsibility. I will give you an example of the COVID when it came. It was almost unheard of for people not to be allowed to go to mosque. But because we brought the emirs, we brought the religious leaders from all persuasion, we were able to convince people not to go. We opened halfway. We didn't close everything in terms of going out to make a living, because most of our people get their daily meal daily. And so at the end of the day, there was clear understanding. Even in terms of insecurity that is stopping people from going to work, from going to farm, we made sure we use the same means of connectivity that we created between local authorities, community leaders, to know that we will police our villages, we will police our farms and our forests in a manner that we held our traditional rulers, our religious leaders accountable. By sheer respect, I'm giving them responsibilities that are outside the provision of our Nigerian constitution. By so doing, we had cells that are giving us information, and we are collaborating. And when we stop the practice of informers that are collaborating with those that are driven by poverty to give the right of way, I would say, for those coming to abduct and do all sorts of criminality. So the whole issue of governance is looking at the planning stage, the understanding of your problems and challenges at the Sahel. The Sahel has so much potentials. We are bombarded by environmental factors because the Sahara is moving, and if we don't stop it, definitely through agriculture and so on and so forth, will not be there. And looking at our own limitations and inadequacies in terms of the manpower. Manpower is very low. I know my boss has spoken about trust to the bureaucracy. In some of the state and local governments, we don't even have the bureaucracy. The orientation is that sometimes they don't even go to office. And as a governor, at the subnational level, the most important thing is supervision. You must be there 24/7. I had the opportunity of being at the federal level, and I came to Limelight through the goodwill of my boss here with all humility, because I only came to Abuja to be a senator, and later I became the minister of FCT. So I was exposed to the act of governance, partnership with the international bodies, partnership with local authorities, looking at the health system, looking at the educational system, which are the key for showing deliverables in terms of governance. And of course, that has helped us a lot. And I think at the local level or at the subnational level, we need to know that leadership should be driven by knowledge, by clear understanding of where you are, by knowing the basics of what are your problems, and deploying those little resources you have judiciously. My boss has spoken about the issue of procurement. We know most of the common people or the ordinary people look at us with suspicion because of the prevalence of our invoicing. Project that can be done with 100,000, it can go to 1 million. So, and this is true. It's a testimony I'm giving you. We built over 7,000 classrooms to remove the prevalence of out-of-school children in my state through collaboration with international bodies. The UNDP has been there to build our system, UNICEF and the rest, and we show fidelity, sincerity in terms of governance in such a manner that we are trusted. Trust is the key word, because there is nothing we are looking for. If somebody becomes a senator, I rose as a director in the system at the federal level, and I was given opportunity to be the minister of the Federal Capital Territory with a lot of temptations from somebody that hardly had anything in common with, that is President Jonathan, who are not even in the same party. We don't share even the religious faith together. Even my zone is different from him. And he gave me the opportunity to come to Limelight. So I was driven by the passion to leave legacies and landmarks. So leaders must impute their own end result. What would they be? Would they want to be somebody like Jonathan, or they want to be like others, where they are seen with disdain, where they acquire so much that they don't need? So our own passion is to make sure we leave legacies and landmarks and do things better. I don't talk about my own predecessors. What I did was to draw a line. In terms of accountability, I asked them to fear God. I don't have to go to court with you because it's the responsibility of the police. But certainly, I will not waste my time. I must hit the ground running from day one and looking at my own period of 4 years. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Merci beaucoup pour cette belle intervention. C'est très riche, hein? Donc on vous remercie. On va essayer de passer la parole à Madame Fatou Diagne, qui travaille également donc au Centre de Human Rights. Madame Fatou Diagne, on vous passe la parole. Si le micro ne passe pas, allez-y.
Merci. Je prends, ok. Merci, Monsieur Gay. Nadine, where are you? I had to say something at the last minute, but I think it's important that our voices are heard. I think since yesterday we've noticed the gap in terms of the panels. I believe everybody mentioned it and reiterated that we have the competencies in the region, in Africa. But I believe that in most of the positions, we still have men. And that is why in these conferences, the representation gap is visible. So my colleague from Mali is not around. I was asked to say a few words about the topic. I'm going to intervene in the next panel. But I just believe that the issue of governance is important in terms of the economic governance. And what we've noticed on the continent is the playing field is not level. And unless we really look into our policies and make sure that they are engendered, I think the issue of discrepancy will still remain. We talked about all the issues around oil and gas, the natural resources. I think often we forget that the world is transforming and we need to look into the digital world, the data. Today we are talking about data. And in most African countries, we're overlooking that sector, which is very important and is a sector that is growing very fast. And I believe that this is also a wealth that we need to manage properly. When I looked at the countries around Senegal, Gambia, that I know quite a lot, when you look at our policies in terms of land, you talk about agriculture. Women don't own land. The land tenure, the laws are still really, following the traditional route. Today, we need to do some reforms in terms of land tenure. Women don't generally inherit land in many parts of, especially in the rural areas, because we have the system where men inherit the majority. And what it does in general is that women will cultivate the land, but they will not be able to own it. And what happens? If you need collateral to go to the banks, you will not be able to get it. So what we've seen is that women are doing a lot of the small businesses, but we need to scale up those businesses. And for that to happen, we need to have banking sectors that are receptive, but more importantly, we need to have governments that are really putting in place policies that will respond to the needs, but also reform some of the traditional way of doing things to ensure that, land is owned by women in the rural areas especially. And also, I'll talk about local content. When I was in Senegal, I was sitting in what they call the GMP, in the extractive industry. We have a tripartite kind of committees where you have civil society, extractive industries, and government. And what we've realized that is most of the resources that were levied, in the mining sectors particularly, they were percentage that will go back to the communities for rehabilitation, for support, for education, for some other social services. But what we've realized that for many years, the government will not redistribute that equally. And in most of the communities that are affected by, these mining sectors, what we've seen is that women, have lost their livelihood because most of the agricultural areas have been used now for mining and they have not been rehabilitated properly, and many women are displaced. So I think these are also areas that we need to look into when we're talking about the extractive sector and some other other minerals that, are being, exploited in our different countries. I came to this panel just to say that really governance is an important thing, but we need to be deliberate about the policies if we want things to change. But representation also should not just be a lip service. We need to ensure that the policies that are put in place are gender responsive, to ensure that these resources that we've been talking about all these 2 days are distributed equally, and ensure that women have their fair share. But importantly, I think in our countries, if we want investments to grow and women to participate, we need to look into our banking sectors. The last point I want to mention is the Gambia, for example. Today, if you want to take a loan, it's 28%. Nobody will do proper business where banks will give you a loan with a rate of 25 to 28%. Because government should intervene and ensure that women have proper collateral if you want them also to be part of, the development. Yeah. So I just want to stop there. I was not supposed to be in this panel, but I thought with Nadine's intervention that I will just say a few words. Unfortunately, we don't have enough women in these kind of gatherings. And I just want also to say something about the Sahel, the women of the Sahel, the civil society. I know we have not heard about that. Given my background, I work with people still in the ground. I know sometimes it's very difficult for them to speak out. Freedom of expression has been really a problem in Burkina Faso, in Niger, in Mali. We've heard a lot of detention. We've heard a lot of distress. Yesterday, Minister Gadio talked about the issues around the Pearl. I think we need also to look into the human rights dimension of the Sahel crisis, because what is happening will affect the economics, but what is happening, I think we cannot do we cannot build peace if we overlook what is happening on the ground. And people are suffering, women are suffering, and many women are displaced because of what's happening. So I just want also to share that from the ground, from the colleagues that I've been working with. Lawyers are detained in some of the countries for just speaking out. Lawyers have been detained for just defending people. So we need also this forum to have that as part of the takeaway. Yes, peace, but justice is the underlying thing if you want peace and development. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame Diagne, pour cette belle intervention. Vous avez parlé donc des secteurs miniers, du pétrole, du gaz. Vous avez parlé également sur le secteur bancaire. Et on aura donc l'occasion d'interroger M. Barrault, qui travaille également dans ce secteur. Vous savez que ce que vous avez dit est tellement vrai. On ne peut pas parler de la bonne gouvernance sans parler de la sécurité. On ne peut pas parler de la bonne gouvernance sans parler de la justice. Et tout le monde est d'accord que le pilier fondamental de la bonne gouvernance, c'est d'abord la justice et la paix et la sécurité. Et moi, je vais aller plus loin que cela, parce que c'est vrai que ce forum est tellement important qu'on parle de la bonne gouvernance, mais également, je pense que tout le monde est d'accord qu'entre le Sénégal et la Gambie, même pas 1 heure de vol, on n'a pas la même monnaie. La Mauritanie et le Sénégal également, 2 pays voisins, on n'a pas la même monnaie. Et je pense qu'on peut élargir encore ce sujet. Et sur ce aussi, je vais en profiter pour donner la parole à M. Lamine Barrault, directeur général African Development Bank. Je voudrais dire également, concernant ce qu'il a dit, Mme Diagne, sur l'accès à l'information. Aujourd'hui, tout le monde se félicite de la loi sur l'accès à l'information en Gambie. Hier, j'ai eu l'occasion de discuter avec Madame l'ancienne ministre qui a donc dirigé la rédaction de cette loi. Et donc, on leur félicite parce que c'est une belle loi. Également, hier, le Sénégal a également donc adopté en Conseil des ministres la loi sur l'accès à l'information. Ça, c'est des paramètres qu'on doit mettre dans tous les pays pour que les citoyens aient l'information qu'il faudrait. Effectivement, on ne peut pas avoir toutes les informations, comme des informations sur le secret défense, mais il y a certaines informations que le peuple a besoin pour que la bonne gouvernance soit au milieu, pour que la bonne gouvernance soit vraiment donc, un sujet qui n'est plus tabou. Monsieur Barrot, je vous passe la parole et vous nous parlez un peu également aussi sur la bonne gouvernance par rapport au secteur minier, le pétrole et le gaz, mais aussi par rapport donc, au secteur bancaire. Vous avez la parole.
Yeah, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Gay. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I first wish to thank UNDP and its partners, the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, and the government of Gambia for hosting this very, very timely forum on governance in the Sahel. I think over the 2 days we gathered here, we've talked a lot about the paradox of having very significant natural and human resources in the region, yet we have not been able to successfully transform these resources and assets to drive sustainable development and reduce poverty in the region. The Sahel, as the report that was launched yesterday indicated, is endowed with a lot of resources, mineral resources. Talk about gold, oil, and bauxite, and even the critical minerals. And these resources translate into revenues where the extractive industries account for a huge share of the revenues of countries, as high as 20% in Mauritania, citing 2018 statistics, to as low as 1.7% in Niger. And of course, the challenge related to this is the fact that we tend to export raw materials and don't add value to them. So exporting jobs and exporting prosperity. So governance is a key driver of the fragility dynamics in the Sahel region. And this is fueled, this has ineffective governance and governance gaps and deficits have fueled the really inimical socioeconomic situation faced in these countries, which are facing a triangle of disaster. You have high levels of poverty and high levels of unemployment, especially for the youth, and then aggravated by the global shocks like climate change, a lot of drought, and in fact at times flooding also affecting these regions. So what do we do to tap the potentials? If you look at, for instance, the agro-pastoral potential, the livestock sector alone accounts for about, on average, 25% of the gross agricultural value production in these countries. Land and water resources need to be better managed and more effectively because it's a scarce resource, and it also accounts for a lot of the fragility that we see in the region, where at least 31% of the population in the core Sahel states are living in areas that have a very, very high degree of water risk, whether in terms of droughts, whether in terms of also flooding. And this is creating conflicts also with the problems of the commons. So at the heart of all these solutions we seek is about leadership and governance. I think we were very privileged to hear President Jonathan share his insights, very deep insights, communicated in very simple and easy to digest language about leadership, and your conclusion about majesties looking at their countries as gardens, I think is very, very fitting, and we all have to, I think, behave like leaders so that we can contribute to this agenda of improving good governance. For us, good governance at African Development Bank is also at the heart of our operations. It's a cross-cutting issue that is mainstream in all the operations that we support. And it starts from, first of all, the allocation of resources. It's performance-based allocation, and part of this performance, governance, and especially policy and institutional performance, is a key criteria for allocating resources to member countries. And in our operations, usually we provide budget support operations for good governance and framed around the importance of having strong public financial management systems, in terms of the transparency, the accountability, and also inclusiveness, to make sure that public revenues are managed judiciously to enhance development impacts. And at the heart of this also is around the issue of domestic resource mobilization. We're all witnessing the changing geopolitics, dwindling official development assistance, which actually contributes less to our development financing needs than to what is collected from domestic resources and even diaspora remittances. So there is scope to improve on domestic resource mobilization, but I think equally importantly is also how do we expend these resources to make sure that we're investing in the right places, whether in terms of infrastructure, social infrastructure, educational and health facilities, and also inclusive development approaches that will help drive transformative change in our economies. Very important around the Sahel, I think, is the issue of natural resources governance. As we all know, we have all these natural resources, but we're not doing enough to diversify our economies by adding value to what we produce, and also strengthening regional cooperation so that we have a more harmonized approach, whether in terms of attracting private investment, and it is private investment that is going to create the jobs and reduce the poverty. It's not the business of governments to do that. So it's important that we work together, a regional approach and harmonized approaches to engage and partner with the private sector. Very important, I think the governor spoke about, and others, the issues of, let's say, artisanal mining, which is creating also big challenges in terms of the environmental impact of activities, but also leakages, fueling illicit economies and illicit financial flows. You see also many of these conflicts taking place, not only in the Sahel, but in many other parts of Africa. It's driven mainly by those cartels. The president talked about cartels, but these are the ones fueling these conflicts and making sure that our countries and our continent is deprived of the stability and also the right investments to transform. So artisanal mining needs to have incentives and the right policy actions to make sure that they move more into formality and is better regulated, so that also the benefits of all these natural resources also cascade and trickle down to the population. We have been supporting countries, particularly in the core Sahel, also to enhance their revenue mobilization, by also digitizing their tax collection systems, but also providing incentives to negotiate and structure win-win partnerships with mining companies and other natural resource extraction activities for the benefit of the economies and to build inclusive societies. But for these things to happen also, we must strengthen governance institutions. It's creating the institutions, that are more critically needed in Africa, so that we can, move beyond personality-driven politics to have more accountable and transparent institutions. And at the heart of it, decentralized governance becomes important, working with communities, making sure that the women and the youth are effectively represented in decision-making structures and organs. The former Vice President of the Gambia spoke about this eloquently today, and of course the fellow panelists mentioned this. But these are all important, because without the transparency, governments cannot be held very accountable to do the things they are supposed to do and to create the conditions for prosperity. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour conserver le micro. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur. Vous avez fait une belle intervention en mentionnant des idées très intéressantes telles que la reddition des comptes. Vous savez que c'est très souvent en Afrique qu'on parle de reddition des comptes. Mais dans certains pays, on ne parle pas de reddition des comptes parce que c'est un circuit normal. Mais en Afrique, on attend une gestion annuelle pour faire la reddition des comptes. Et moi, j'ai toujours dit que c'est trop tard. Comment, par exemple, on peut, je ne sais pas, un exemple, un ministre qui a son budget, qui gère son budget pendant 12 mois, vous attendez la fin des 12 mois pour faire la reddition des comptes. Mais même s'il a détourné, effectivement, l'argent n'est plus là. Donc je pense que la reddition des comptes, moi j'ai toujours proposé que ça doit être soit semestriel, trimestriel, mais pas annuel. Je pense qu'il a parlé tout à l'heure des solutions pour une gouvernance locale, renforcer le système. Mais surtout, il a parlé également sur le secteur minier. Comment en Afrique, on peut avoir beaucoup plus de ressources naturelles qu'à travers le monde et qu'on est toujours, bon, je ne dis pas le mot pauvre, mais on est traité comme sous-pays développé. C'est parce qu'il y a un problème de gestion des ressources naturelles. Et je pense que c'est l'occasion quand même pour chaque pays de voir comment renforcer la gouvernance locale, de voir également comment donc travailler avec la société civile. Pour gagner du temps, vu qu'on est un peu nombreux, on va faire maximum 5 minutes. Il a également parlé quand même des points très intéressants tels que les contrats. Vous savez que chaque gouvernement, chaque régime qui vient négocie les contrats. Et la gouvernance, la bonne gouvernance n'accepte pas ça. Normalement, un contrat, c'est un contrat pour un État, mais pas un contrat pour un régime. Donc, Monsieur le Directeur, on vous remercie pour cette belle prestation. Vous avez également parlé aussi de la gestion transparente. On ne peut pas avoir tant de ressources naturelles sans avoir une gestion transparente. Et merci pour ces propositions. On va donner la parole à M. Anadif Saleh Mohamed, qui travaille également dans le ministère des Affaires étrangères donc, du Tchad. Malheureusement, on va réduire le temps de parole, le maximum 5 minutes. Je vous donne la parole. Merci. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. J'avoue qu'en écoutant, la majorité sont des gens de terrain qui ont pratiqué ce genre de choses. Mais je voudrais quand même d'abord remercier un peu les organisateurs pour m'avoir invité. Et j'avoue que j'avais eu peur quand j'ai eu le terme de référence, parce que dans les termes de référence, on risque d'être hors sujet. J'ai vu qu'il faudrait se concentrer sur la gouvernance financière. C'est ça qui est dans les termes de référence. Et donc, moi, dans ma réflexion, je me suis dit, on ne peut pas parler de gouvernance financière sans parler de gouvernance politique. Parce que c'est le politique qui dicte tout. Et donc, ça me ramène au leadership de quelqu'un qui veut gouverner un pays. Ce soit lui qui doit tracer le cap. Les finances, la gestion financière, c'est quelque chose d'un degré un peu plus bas. Et donc, tout ce qui a été dit, c'est de la responsabilité du politique. Comment avoir une justice juste? Je ne dis pas une justice indépendante, mais je dis une justice juste. Parce que souvent, dans nos pays, les entreprises ou autres ont des problèmes parce que la justice ne dit pas le droit, mais plutôt quelquefois, on a des sociétés corrompues et qui fait que la corruption agit beaucoup. Et quelquefois, il y a des sociétés qui ont été déclarées pratiquement en faillite parce qu'on les a condamnées. Et donc, moi, j'ai dit que c'est d'abord, il nous faut situer la responsabilité du politique. Qui veut avoir le pouvoir? Je comprends le gouverneur, par exemple, lui, il a géré ça sur le terrain et il a eu à sa façon de faire. Donc, moi, je me dis, le politique doit tout faire pour qu'on ait une justice juste. Le politique doit tout faire pour qu'il y ait des institutions qui diminuent les procédures administratives qui empêchent à ce que les gens puissent créer très facilement leur société. Mais nos jeunes, on ne peut pas dire qu'on va former tout le monde, mais nos jeunes, nos femmes ont besoin uniquement d'une éducation civique, comment leur apprendre à être entrepreneurs, comment leur apprendre à mieux gérer. Je crois que la responsabilité doit être d'abord du politique. Moi, quand je choisis, je me dis, je vais être président, je vais être premier ministre, je vais être un tel. Je m'engage. Et c'est là notre rôle, le rôle politique, à mon avis. Le reste, c'est un dispositif qu'on doit mettre. Et ce que je dis ici, ou ce que nous disons, n'est pas valable uniquement pour les pays sahéliens. C'est partout en Afrique que nous constatons qu'il y a la mauvaise gestion qui est à la base de tout, la mauvaise gouvernance. Et tant qu'on ne résout pas cette question de leadership, on ne peut pas parler des autres aspects qui ne sont que les conséquences en fait de cette gestion, où quand on a quelqu'un qui veut accéder au pouvoir, il doit avoir une vision. Et donc tout à l'heure, quelqu'un a parlé de la vision. Il faut que le type ait une vision, il faut qu'il y ait une planification. Et j'ai l'habitude toujours de parler de Sankara. Pourquoi je parle de Sankara? Parce que Sankara, aujourd'hui, dont tout le monde parle, Sankara n'a gouverné que 4 ans. De 83 à 87, où il a été assassiné. Mais aujourd'hui, qu'on le veuille ou pas, au Burkina, il y a un esprit Sankara. Sankara a éduqué, Sankara a passé un message. Et c'est ce message-là aujourd'hui qui fait qu'avant les coups d'État et autres, le Burkinabé était reconnu comme quelqu'un de moins corrompu. Le Burkinabé était quelqu'un qui a qui respecte le bien public. Parce que Sankara, quand il était au pouvoir, il avait sa voiture comme tout autre. Parce qu'il faut que les dirigeants donnent l'exemple. Il ne faut pas que les dirigeants, toutes les richesses, ils se l'accaparent, et lui et sa famille et ses copains, ses amis, c'est ça qui fait le problème. Et donc souvent, je ne dis pas que l'Afrique est pauvre, moi je dis que l'Afrique est riche. Mais elle n'est pas développée à cause de ces dirigeants qui veulent seulement le pouvoir, mais sans penser au développement de leur pays. Donc, moi je crois que c'est toute une philosophie, c'est toute une culture. On me parle des mines, par exemple. Les mines sont devenues laissées artisanales. Mais les mines doivent être sous le contrôle de l'État, qui devrait en faire une richesse nationale, et pour qu'il y ait une justice sociale. Parce que quand je vois nos amis des institutions financières, vous parlez d'une croissance à 2 chiffres. Mais les gens ne mangent pas la croissance. C'est pour la bonne image d'un pays, on parle d'une bonne croissance. Mais le citoyen ordinaire, est-ce qu'il ressent cette croissance à 2 chiffres? Et tant qu'on ne place pas le citoyen au centre de nos préoccupations, on ne pourra pas développer nos pays, qu'ils soient sahéliens ou qu'ils soient d'une autre partie. Et donc, moi, ma vision, quand on m'a dit de parler plutôt de gouvernance financière pour me résumer, j'ai dit on ne peut pas parler de gouvernance financière sans parler de gouvernance politique. La responsabilité de la régulation, de la bonne gestion, de la bonne distribution, pour que chaque citoyen, même si vous avez 10 francs, mais s'il est équitablement partagé, je crois qu'il y a un minimum de justice sociale. Si on encourage le secteur privé, parce que c'est le secteur privé qui doit, mais il faut encourager la création d'entreprises, il faut leur faciliter ce qu'on appelle. Effectivement, vous avez parlé des points aussi intéressants de la gouvernance politique et la gouvernance financière. Il y a même qui parle de la gouvernance, parce que c'est le résumé donc de la gouvernance économique. C'est pourquoi les collègues qui ont abordé ces sujets aussi sur le secteur minier, c'était très intéressant. On vous remercie pour votre intervention, vraiment qui est très intéressant. Lorsque vous parlez de la justice sociale, quand même, ça mérite beaucoup plus d'attention parce que c'est une expression que tous les États africains devraient s'approprier. Je pense hier, on a parlé de 54 pays africains. Je pense que c'est le Dr Gadio qui parlait de cela. Il faudrait qu'on avance au-delà du Sahel. Donc là, vu qu'on est confronté à un problème de timing, on va passer la parole à notre frère Moustapha Ndié, qui est également fondateur of TAF Africa Global. On vous passe la parole, Monsieur Moustapha Ndié.
Well, thank you very much, and I'll stand on existing protocols and thank the UNDP with partners and the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation. But let me also just mention our auntie and mother, Auntie Farmata, living in a country like a small village and following, tradition, we have to mention her. Let me now intervene. I mean, it is said in English that he who laughs last laughs best. But in this case here, it seems that I am speaking last, but time is limited. So I'm trying to now refocus and rather than address the natural resources, first make an introduction so you understand why I am sitting here. I am from the private sector, different from my members of the panel, so I represent the private sector. But also reflect on what His Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan said yesterday and today, because it resonates so well with me, though I am coming from the private sector. Yesterday you did say that you're worried about these conferences and wealth needs to be created. And I come from the private sector, so that resonates very well with me. We need to create wealth. But my specialty is in housing development. and more so affordable housing development. And we've launched a very gigantic initiative in Africa to develop 1 million affordable homes over the next 20 years. And now we're trying to align it with Agenda 2063. So I want to focus more on human capital, because construction is very labor intensive. And again, in construction, we employ more of the youth. Again, by coincidence, I am operating in the south of Nigeria. I'm Gambian, coming from a population of 2.5 million population. But building the biggest estate in Nigeria during your tenure, and I want to clearly state some testimonies here, some very positive testimonies, which probably you might not even know about. And this resonates with what you were narrating today. Because I was invited to develop the Riftaf Golf Estate, 1,200 units of $166 million by the then Governor Rotimi Amechi. So yes, sitting with the PDP, and here I will also want to bring in some of the major risks that we go through in Africa, which is political. And cite some examples, because I was there when you lost elections, and we had an APC government. But I am still there. You know, so in 2012, just fast track, when we went in there, Naira at your time was maximum 200 Naira to the dollar. Today, it's 1,550 Naira to the dollar. Again, when I went in there, we were benefactors of a pioneer status. So again, good governance. We followed all the right channels without even knowing your government. I mean, these were issued by the federal government, though we signed up with the state government. But we enjoy a pioneer status. And what this means, if you're from the Gambia, it means a development certificate or whatever, but a development incentive. But we enjoyed 5-year tax-free in housing development in Port Harcourt. But then kudos to your government. And we didn't have to call anybody. We just followed the right steps, hired a consultant who followed the right channels, and we were issued this. Now, challenges that we have had. Okay, the Rift of Golf Estate is history. Finances were raised in Nigeria again. I mean, I happen to know late Herbert Egwe, who was a friend of mine. Just to tell you the resources that are available in Nigeria. So I do encounter this all this time with the DFIs when they come to us and they want to ask you to bring your late grandmother, you know, for collateral and so on. The late Herbert Igwe walked onto my side. I said, look, Taff, I know you. You will not run with my money. I want to put money into this project. And guess what? A week later, I went to Lagos to see him casually and walked out of his office with $25 million, only in Nigeria. So, Mr. President, some of the things that they tell you about these countries, I mean, and as we say in Nigeria, what the Oyibos tells you, you know, it's different from the reality. Some of these things can only happen in economies as big as Nigeria. So that is history. So you can imagine, but let me tell you some of the challenges we've had during your tenure. When the governor now moved and they put up APC, we had signed up with Chevron to seal, it was signed, sealed, and done for 250 units. And the week that Amechi moved into APC, 200 units were cancelled. Loss of confidence. And this is why political risk is so high in Africa. I mean, I want to, under this conference, not only focus on the Sahel, because they are all similar. You know, so political risk is important, governance is important. So that is something negative that we have had, but we've moved on. From there, again, as you know, in Port Harcourt, we've now transitioned from Amechi into Governor Wike. Now Governor Simalai Fubara is there. And you know the troubles that are there now. We don't even have a governor. He has been suspended. but with Governor Simalai Fubara, we have signed to build 20,000 housing units. As we speak, we are the biggest in affordable housing, not only in Nigeria, but in the whole of the continent. So political risk comes with doing business in Africa. Now let me talk about leadership, because I'm very passionate about leadership. And again, life after anything that you do, not only in the presidency, but even as a businessman. I started this business 35 years ago. Today, as I said, I have business in Nigeria, but I'm not there. And I don't have one single Gambian working for me in Nigeria. So when I hear people talk about Nigerians and how corrupt they are, or whatever, the negative things about Nigeria, I am different. But the reason why we have been able to succeed is because we have proper governance in place. So governance is not only synonym, or it doesn't only apply to the public sector, but it also applies to the private sector. So you need to put in the good structures of governance to be able to operate. So we have proper governance structures in place. Merci. Then the other thing is, yes, I know, I don't want to tell the story why I am sitting here. So please allow me 3 minutes?
1 minute.
1 minute?
Yes, please.
I'll negotiate for 3. I'll just do like my brother Gajo yesterday. 2 extra minutes wouldn't harm. So I want to talk about the social issue also. Some of the reasons why we are going what we're going through in terms of insecurity. I think it is the responsibility of all leaders, be it in the corporate or the public sector, to be socially responsible. Some of the problems that we have today, not only in the Sahel, in the sub-region, is because of the unfair distribution of the national cake. Because corruption doesn't only happen with the public sector. It takes 2 to tango. Those of us in the private sector benefit, and probably we corrupt those that are in the public sector, so we are all liable. So I think to solve insecurity in the Sahel, there needs to be a fair distribution of the national wealth and create opportunities. In creating wealth, you need to create opportunities. I will go further. I think I've been lucky to sit in some panel again later today, because I want to talk about our educational curriculum. It needs to be addressed, because we are training for the wrong jobs. I think it is said in agriculture that you should grow what you eat and eat what you grow. Same thing should be applied in education. We are training for jobs that we don't have. We do know that, quite a number of these kids, they drop out at a certain age. And I'll give you the final example is what I see today. We all wear our African outfit like Your Excellency. I have my tailors in Abuja, in Benin, in Dakar. And guess what? In Abuja, somebody who's a lady studied mass communication. A master's in mass communication. Today she's a seamstress. The guy who did this was working for Sonatel, a telecommunication engineer, now is running a men's outfit. Same thing applies to somebody in Benin. So skills, hard skills, we need to emphasize that there's the need to spend more on hard skills. If we want to stop insecurity, we need to invest more on hard skill, knowing that all these kids, for example, in the Gambia, within the educational system between early childhood and secondary, there are 1 million kids in there. And how many universities do we have? 1 or 2 universities. So please, I think those who are in government and also in policy need to invest more on hard skills. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci. C'est une très belle intervention de M. Moustapha. Je sais que vous avez les idées, mais malheureusement, donc, on a un problème de temps. Sinon, on aurait pu vous donner beaucoup plus de temps pour de pouvoir développer. On remercie également le peuple, le public. Avant de quitter, je pense que je vais faire moi une proposition en tant que modérateur, mais en tant que aussi directeur de la bonne gouvernance. Je pense que chacun de nous, de nos différents États, on devrait disposer d'un directeur de la bonne gouvernance s'il n'y a pas de ministère de la bonne gouvernance. Et ce directeur de la bonne gouvernance devrait élaborer une stratégie nationale de la bonne gouvernance. Nous, au niveau du Sénégal, j'ai déjà entamé cette stratégie qui concerne tous les ministères, également la société civile. Et je pense que si on a nous tous des stratégies ficelées ensemble avec la société civile et le gouvernement, ça pourrait nous aider à vraiment régler beaucoup de problèmes de la gestion financière, de la gestion politique, gestion économique, etc. Et je vous remercie, chers panélistes. Je remercie également donc, le public. Je pense qu'on va pouvoir donc, arrêter ce débat-là et prendre une photo de famille ensemble. Merci beaucoup.
Oui, c'est bon. Can we get a group photo, please, for the panelists? Photographers, group photo. Thank you. Moving on to the next plenary session. From transitions to sustainable peace and development in the Sahel. As we are aware, several countries in the region are currently undergoing political transitions. It is therefore very essential for us, Your Excellencies, thank you. This next plenary session is titled From Transitions to Sustainable Peace and Development in the Sahel. It is very essential for all of us gathered here together to prioritize the imperative of sustainability. And how can transitions be designed and implemented to achieve sustainable peace and development rather than simply perpetuating cycles of conflict and instability? What roles can we play in supporting sustainable transitions and promoting a return to constitutional orders in several countries in the Sahelian region? And so this panel session will explore the diverse forms of political transitions we have in the Sahel, and it will also reflect on the conditions under which these political transitions can lay the groundwork for a return, like I said, to constitutional order and ultimately contribute to sustainable peace, inclusive governance, and long-term development. Photographers, please, can we settle down? To take us further and to explore these questions, we have as moderator this afternoon Dr. Jide Okeke, Director, UNDP Regional Program for Africa. Please help me welcome Jide to the podium. We also have as the lead speaker, Mr. Yakub El-Hilo, Director, UNDCO Africa. Please, where is he? Oh, here. And our panelists, we have His Excellency, former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso, former President of the Ecowas Commission, His Excellency Kadri Ouedraogo, and member of the West African Elders Forum. Please a round of applause for him. We have Kulud Kairi, founder and director of Confluence Advisory Sudan. Where is she? Where is Kulud? Okay. We also have Yuri Traore, ISS Regional Director, Regional Office for West Africa and the Sahel. Please, a round of applause for them. Okay, over to you, Jide.
Thank you so much, my sister, and good afternoon again, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. You know, I came into this hall this afternoon or in the morning, and I wasn't smiling, unlike our regional director yesterday, because I had gone for a 12 kilometers walk this morning from 5 o'clock. And I went with 2 colleagues. If you know Max, if you've seen Max around here, you know, and you've also understood who Zeno is, you know why I struggled. But I'm hoping that from this conversation today, we would have more smiles in our face, building on, Your Excellency, some of the inspiring words we've heard from the former president of Nigeria, as well as other esteemed senior officials that have spoken over the last couple of days. Let me say a few words in 1 minute, and I promise you in 30 minutes we'll be out of here. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I think as we start this session on From Transition to Sustainable Peace and Development, let me share 3 observations, 3 brief observations. The first is that, as we have heard over the last 2 days, despite the global economic uncertainties, Africa's economies, including those in the Sahel, are resilient but not prosperous. And I think the Director General of the African Development Bank gave us some data, so I wouldn't go into that. 3.6% performance growth in 2025, and it could increase to 4.3% in 2026. So we are resilient as a continent. The second point, which I want to raise, is that political transitions, which we are going to be discussing today, which in many ways is both a process and an outcome of governance. So the quality of political transitions is both a process and an outcome of governance, has remained ambivalent on the African continent. So we can look around the continent, and what we will find are not just electoral transitions, but we would also find military transitions, authoritarian transitions, and I can go on and on. So the fundamental question to ask ourselves as we think about complex political transition is, how can transitions, political transitions, how can they enable, facilitate, consolidate, and accelerate sustainable development and peace? That is going to be the focus of our conversation today. And to help us frame this question, it gives me an honor to invite my big brother and very seasoned diplomat from Sudan, Mr. Yakub El Ilio, to help us frame this conversation. A round of applause to him.
Thank you, my young brother, Dr. Jide. I hope you can hear me. When I was invited to be part of this panel, and Prime Minister, it's an honor to be sitting next to you, my question was, I hope it is not all men. And the answer was absolutely not. It is not. And then I asked the second question, so if it is not all men, who is there? And I was assured that there was at least 1, if not 2 females on the panel. And then I said, who are they? So I came to know that one of the 2 females is also a Sudanese, Khulud. I said, that's too many Sudanese. So it's an honor, really, to be on this panel, and I stand on all existing protocols. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Your Excellency, former Head of State, allow me to stand on existing protocol. And we're talking about the Sahel, and I am here accompanied by many senior colleagues from the United Nations system who spend their day and night agitating and trying to get the Sahel right by understanding the pulse of the place, by understanding what people want, especially the young Sahelians. And in that quest, we travel a lot around the region. We sit and listen and try to learn, and we try to mold or forge a strategy that is speaking to the pulse of the place. And among many of those senior colleagues, some are sitting in front of me. Ahuna is right here. Mar he has just stepped back. SRSG Shimao is here. SRSG Abari is here. Former SRSG An-Nadif is here. We spend a lot of time trying to understand. And as we go around and we listen, we also come to realize that people are tired of broken promises. They are not just asking for elections. They are asking for dignity, for agency, for leadership that works for them. Young people, many of them educated, connected, and disillusioned, tell us they are tired of being spectators on their own future. They want to be more in the driver's seat. Transition leaders, some controversial, some deeply popular, speak of burning desires to correct historic injustices, to reclaim sovereignty, and to deliver results where previous regimes have failed. This brings me to trying to keep with the tradition that we have seen here very much alive since yesterday morning, this tradition of being provocative, of being candid and speaking about things as they are without any sweeteners. Today's conversation is urgent as it is uncomfortable, because the Sahel is going through a moment of major redefinitions, if not a moment of defiance. And because of this, we are seeing a wave of political transitions. Some call them coup d'etats, others call them ruptures. Some of these ruptures are abrupt, some are negotiated, some welcomed by the public, others contested. But what binds them all is the fundamental reality. Transitions are not the problem. What led to them is the problem. So I continue to be provocative. Should we stop seeing transitions only as deviations and start seeing them as a systems cry for reinvention. What do we really mean by democracy in the Sahel today? Is democracy simply the holding of elections every 5 years or 4, regardless of whether these elections truly reflect the will and voice of the people? Or is democracy a living system built on trust? We see the slogan of our conversation. Built on trust, participation and accountability, one that people must see and feel in their daily lives. Because if it is the latter, then we must admit something broke down well before the first soldier marched to the presidential palace. Across the Sahel, people have risen not just against individuals or regimes, but against systems that no longer deliver, systems that promised representation but often delivered exclusion, that promised progress but allowed corruption, insecurity, and poverty to flourish. So, when we speak of transitions, we must ask, are we managing a regime transition, or are we enabling a people's transition? The difference matters. Regime transitions change faces at the top. People's transition change how power is exercised and for whom. In countries like Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, and I can go on, including my own country, Sudan, these questions are not abstract. They are real. They are existential, and they are deeply political. And yet, amid the complexity, we often see a rush for closure, a rush to return to constitutional rule, a rush to tick the box of elections. What kind of constitutional order are we rushing back to? Is it one that the people trust? Or is it one that includes rural voices, voices of the youth, voices of the women, of civil society, or one that just restores business as usual? Let's not forget, some of the loudest critics of unconstitutional change are the same who quietly undermine constitutions to cling to power. They stretch term limits. They silence dissent. They manipulate institutions, hollowing out the very framework meant to uphold democratic order. So this is not models, and timelines don't always fit local contexts. Dear friends, in our conversations, many transitional leaders, and their populations expressed a strong commitment to reform. But they also raise concerns that external actors too often prioritize quick returns to normality rather than supporting meaningful, lasting transformation. And that's where the issue of sovereignty becomes so central. Because for many in the Sahel, sovereignty is not just a legal concept. It is a demand for respect. Respect for the right to define people's own path, even when those paths challenge our familiar paradigms of diplomacy, of geopolitics, or democratic concepts. So with that, I have a few questions that hopefully GD and you are leading us will help shape the conversation. How do we stay the course when the path is uncertain? How do we balance principles with pragmatism, sovereignty with solidarity? How do we accompany transitions in a way that strengthens democracy but also reflects the people's demand for new governance models? What kind of democracy do the Sahelian people actually want? And how do we help all of us to deliver on that? How can Ecowas and ECAS and all the other sub-regional bodies evolve their approach to transitions from imposing timelines to accompanying transformation? What would it take to put people, not people in power, to put people at the center of these transitions? And finally, how do we ensure that this moment of turbulence becomes a moment of true possibility?
Or more importantly, reminding us that transition must be people-centered. And based on the inspiration from what we heard today around the art of leadership, I would want to turn to His Excellency, the former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso. You've heard that framing. To what extent does it resonate with your time as Prime Minister from 1996 to 2000? What makes transition succeed? Why does transition fail? Based on your lived experience. Over to you.
Merci bien. Allô? Ok, merci bien. Je n'étais pas prévu pour faire partie de ce panel ce matin, mais les organisateurs m'ont demandé d'apporter plutôt un témoignage sur mon expérience sur les transitions dans les régions de l'Afrique de l'Ouest où j'ai eu la chance de participer à beaucoup d'entre elles. Je rappelle que j'ai été président de la commission de la CEDEAO de 2012 à 2016. Et c'était une période où, malheureusement, notre région a connu beaucoup de crises, soit des ruptures institutionnelles, certains diront coup d'État, soit des soulèvements populaires qui ont renversé un régime, et également des crises électorales. Alors c'est dans ce sens que je voudrais rapidement partager avec vous ce que j'ai vu des transitions et le rôle qu'a joué la CEDEAO dans ces différentes transitions. Je voudrais m'associer à l'introduction, à la brillante introduction de Yacoub pour dire qu'il a en réalité tout résumé. Et je suis totalement d'accord avec son intervention préliminaire. Mais avant d'aller plus loin, vous me permettrez de rendre un hommage mérité aux deux anciens chefs d'État que nous avons avec nous aujourd'hui pour le rôle qu'ils ont joué dans la remise de la démocratie sur les rails dans les pays où cette rupture a eu lieu et également dans les médiations en tout genre pour permettre à notre région d'être une région de paix, de stabilité et de progrès. Je voudrais faire référence à son Excellence Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, ancien président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, pour le rôle actif qu'il a joué et qu'il joue encore pour le maintien de la paix dans notre région. Je dois dire que lorsque j'ai rejoint la CEDEAO, il était à l'époque président en exercice de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO. Et pour l'anecdote, c'est lui-même qui a signé la décision de nomination de la conférence des chefs d'État me faisant président de la commission de la CEDEAO. J'ai pu donc travailler étroitement avec lui et dans sa capacité de président en exercice. Et aujourd'hui, je continue également à collaborer avec lui dans le cadre du Forum des aînés de l'Afrique de l'Ouest pour apporter une contribution apaisante dans toutes les situations de crise où la démocratie et la paix sont en danger, pour faire de notre mieux pour que la paix règne à nouveau dans notre pays, dans notre région. Ensuite, le président Dioncounda Traoré, ici présent, a été un acteur clé dans la réussite de la transition au Mali. Le coup d'État au Mali a coïncidé avec ma prise de fonction et depuis cet instant du coup d'État jusqu'à la conclusion de la transition, j'ai eu la chance d'être avec les acteurs politiques maliens et la communauté internationale pour s'assurer que cette transition soit menée à bon terme et que la démocratie reprenne le cours de son histoire au Mali. Et je dois dire que le président Dioncounda Traoré a joué un rôle clé dans la réussite de cette transition. Je voudrais peut-être rappeler un peu les raisons pour lesquelles la CEDEAO s'est retrouvée dans ce processus de suivi des processus politiques ou des transitions en Afrique de l'Ouest. Lorsque le traité de 1975 était signé, la CEDEAO n'avait pas pour but de traiter des questions politiques. Si vous relisez le traité de 1975, c'était une organisation de coopération économique pour élever le niveau de vie des citoyens et apporter la prospérité et la paix dans notre région. Voilà ce que disait le traité. En cours de route, et nous avons travaillé très dur sur ces questions économiques, et je puis en dire quelque chose parce que j'étais à l'époque secrétaire exécutif adjoint chargé des questions économiques de la CEDEAO. Mais entre-temps, nous avons été confrontés à un problème, et ce problème date de la crise du Libéria, dans les années 90. Et à l'époque, comme je l'ai dit, j'étais secrétaire exécutif adjoint, et la question qui se posait, vu la crise au Libéria, était de savoir si nous pouvons raisonnablement parler d'intégration économique, de développement économique, dans un environnement où il n'y a pas la paix, il n'y a pas la stabilité, il y a même des risques d'atteinte à la vie humaine. Peut-on envisager l'économie sans le politique? Je crois que des intervenants ont relevé ceci, que c'est le politique finalement qui doit permettre à l'économique d'évoluer. Et c'est ce que nous avons constaté, parce que lorsqu'il y avait la crise au Libéria, qui éventuellement a contaminé également en Sierra Leone, le problème c'est de savoir qu'est-ce que pouvait faire la CEDEAO étant une organisation d'intégration économique. Mais les faits ont forcé la CEDEAO d'intervenir dans cette crise. Et je dois dire que c'est ici même à Banjul, j'étais à la conférence des chefs d'État de mai 1990, que les chefs d'État ont décidé d'intervenir au Libéria pour sauver des vies humaines, pour ramener et imposer la paix au Libéria. Et c'était dans cette même ville de Banjul, sous le leadership du président Daouda Diawara Kairaba, qui était à l'époque président de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement. Il a été donc décidé que la CEDEAO enverrait des troupes au Libéria pour mettre fin au massacre et mettre fin à la guerre civile qui faisait ravage dans ce pays. Et à cette occasion, je voudrais encore rendre hommage à la République fédérale du Nigeria, car c'était ce pays qui a pris en charge sur lui d'envoyer les premières troupes, de prendre en charge le coût de cette intervention. Et c'est après que des pays comme le Ghana et d'autres pays de la CEDEAO l'ont rejoint en envoyant des troupes et en faisant en sorte que ces troupes soient financées jusqu'au rétablissement de la paix au Libéria. Tirant leçon de cette crise, la CEDEAO s'est dit, nous ne pouvons pas continuer de parler d'économie quand la maison brûle. Il faut que la CEDEAO n'ignore pas les questions politiques, parce que c'est les questions politiques qui vont permettre ou non à la CEDEAO de réussir sur le plan économique. C'est la raison pour laquelle la révision du traité de la CEDEAO a eu lieu en 1993, tirant leçon de cette crise du Libéria et de la Sierra Leone pour dire la CEDEAO ne peut pas ignorer les questions politiques, parce que sans les questions politiques, on ne peut pas avoir la stabilité et la paix nécessaires au développement. C'est la raison pour laquelle un comité d'éminentes personnes a été mis en place, présidé par le général Yakubu Gowon, ancien président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, qui, à la fin de ses travaux, a proposé aux chefs d'État et de gouvernement un traité révisé de la CEDEAO qui a été adopté en juillet 1993. Et ce traité révisé prévoyait que la CEDEAO devrait s'occuper également des questions politiques, de la paix et de la sécurité et promouvoir la paix dans la zone de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est ainsi qu'un troisième poste de secrétaire exécutif adjoint a été créé qui devait s'occuper des questions de sécurité, de paix et des questions politiques. Voilà comment la CEDEAO a été donc remaniée pour prendre en compte l'agenda politique, parce que sans la paix et la stabilité, il n'y a pas d'économie. Et la CEDEAO a cheminé dans ce sens jusqu'à sa transformation en commission, mais les questions de paix, des questions de sécurité et les questions politiques sont désormais incorporées dans le mandat de la CEDEAO. C'est la raison pour laquelle la CEDEAO a adopté en 1991 d'abord la déclaration de principes politiques, parce qu'il fallait que les États s'entendent sur la voie qu'ils entendaient prendre en matière de gouvernance. C'est là, cette déclaration de principes politiques de 1991 a décidé que désormais les régimes de la CEDEAO seraient régis par les régimes démocratiques, que la CEDEAO ne devrait plus accepter des accessions au pouvoir par des voies non constitutionnelles, et que lorsqu'une telle situation survenait, il fallait que la CEDEAO fasse quelque chose pour remettre la démocratie sur les rails en aidant le pays concerné à retrouver la paix et la concorde. Alors, je me résumerai à citer juste 3 exemples pour vous donner une idée de comment les transitions ont été gérées jusqu'à présent par la CEDEAO. Et le premier exemple que je vais prendre, c'est l'exemple du Mali. Comme je le citais, c'est en 2012 qu'il y a eu le coup d'État militaire. Et la CEDEAO a décidé de soutenir le pays pour que le retour à la démocratie ait lieu. Et il y a eu beaucoup de missions dont j'ai eu l'honneur de faire partie, qui sont parties discuter avec toutes les autorités et les parties prenantes au Mali pour organiser la transition. Le fil étant que la démocratie devrait être préservée et le conseil qui était donné, c'est de préserver la Constitution. Il y a une rupture de la Constitution. Les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ont estimé qu'on devait travailler à revenir dans le fil de la démocratie et à rétablir la Constitution du Mali et que tout le monde respecte cette Constitution. Mais la Constitution disait que dans le cas de vacances du chef de l'État, c'était le président du Parlement qui devait assurer l'intérim jusqu'à l'organisation d'autres élections. Et c'est dans ce sens que son Excellence Diankounda Traoré, en sa qualité de président du Parlement, a été donc choisi pour conduire cette transition en restant dans le respect de la Constitution qui prévoyait ces dispositions. Et c'est avec lui que les institutions de la CEDEAO, l'Union africaine, les Nations unies et tous les autres acteurs politiques du Mali se sont assis autour d'une même table. Et à l'époque, créé ce qu'on appelle... Donc les changements étaient... OK.
Thank
Donc,
you so much.
Voilà, je voulais continuer sur d'autres, mais on peut revenir si vous voulez.
Applause, please. Thank you. It's hard to summarize, Your Excellency, what you said, but I think if there's one recommendation coming out of that, it's the idea of transitions, change makers at multiple levels, not just in terms of national leadership, but in terms of effective regional institutions, and in this case, Ecowas. But one thing you said, Your Excellency, which resonated, is the necessity for the pursuit of economic governance. I think one aspect which has been missing in the conversation is the role of civil society and how civil society can serve as a catalyst for effective political transitions. Khulud has been championing that in Sudan. And so, Khulud, from your perspective, what do you see as the most important recommendation coming out of the role of civil society in advancing transitions based on the success stories and some challenges that we have seen on the African continent so far? Over to you.
Thank you, Jide. I hope everyone can hear me. Okay. Thank you, Jide. And good afternoon, everyone. I want to highlight just a few things, well, three things really, before I get to Jide's question, because it's something that has been the civil society across the continent has been wrestling with for some time. And for me, looking not just at Sudan, but also at other post-coup contexts within the continent, and often when there is a governance vacuum, there are three sort of realities that I think we have to, and oftentimes it's seen as something that only takes place at the national level, or that only has meaning at the national level. But I think we need to vastly and very quickly look at this from a very different perspective, and probably closer to what people in the local level and everyday people see it as. Secondly, it's that, and just to pick up on what Dr. Yaqub said earlier, this idea of sovereignty again needs to be reassessed. I believe personally that people are sovereign and states much later, unless we take in people's sovereignty as the primary locus of our definition of sovereignty, we're immediately going to be faced with the, people in uniform asserting whatever they think their sovereignty is. I think people are sovereign. People have been the ones who decide what their futures look like forever. And it's, these nation states that have come about only in the past, century and a half, have been superimposed on top of that people's sovereignty. And oftentimes they sort of erase people's sovereignty. And that hasn't worked out very well for us. And the third thing is, and related to that, is that people in Africa are actually very good at governing themselves. It's not often something we talk about when we put the state at the center of our conversations. But in Sudan, for example, we had periods of time where we had what might be called a governance vacuum, and people actually govern themselves reasonably well, oftentimes because they didn't really have any access to the state before, and so the loss of a state, the loss of a government, was not as much of a big deal. It was not so much of a vacuum to their lives. And we need to contend with that. What do formal structures mean, then, in the context where people are able to govern themselves? How can we get formal structures not to compete with this local governance, but also to complement it, or rather to complement it? And the third thing is that, and this is going to sound very provocative, and I apologize to Jide because he asked me not to be provocative, but I think he should know better by now, is that Africa is eating its young. Yesterday we heard from several people on these panels that they don't feel represented by their leaders at any level, and that they don't believe that they have necessarily the kind of futures that they had envisaged or even that had been envisaged for them. And we really need to very quickly think about what this means. And when we think about, young people in Africa, we really are talking about the majority. We're not talking about young people as their own standalone, minority or niche group with very specific different needs. We're talking about the majority of Africans, particularly here in the Sahel. And so when we think about youth empowerment, youth employment, what we really mean is systemic changes that actually cater to the majority of people, not some niche group. And I'm very grateful that Sudan has been included in the Sahel. I don't think 2 people from Sudan is too many. Dr. Yaqub, I actually think there aren't enough of us here. And oftentimes we have these very colonial ideas of what the Sahel means. It's francophone and it stops at, the Chad-Sudan border, which doesn't make any sense. We've seen the political dynamics, we've seen the climate shocks, we've seen the sort of terrorism activity that is plaguing parts of the Sahel also, meander into Sudan and has done historically. So why this very arbitrary separation? Following on from that, just to answer Gide's question, when we think about civil society engagement, if we understand what I've just highlighted just now to be true, then we can't think of civil society as this nice add-on. It has to be central to the conversations that we're having, particularly post-coup. Because if people are sovereign, and if democracy is an everyday practice, and if people actually are pretty good at governing themselves, then how do we complement that rather than try to reinforce a status quo ante? How do we complement that in terms of looking at actually what could work, what's already working, rather than trying to enforce these state-based processes in order to bring, some kind of constitutional order back, or in order to re-engage economically? Economic production happens at the local level. The vast amount of economic transaction happen at the local level. Why aren't we engaging with them there? There's something that many of us, I'm sure, are familiar with, but that I want to foreground here, which is this idea of civic wealth, which is that wealth is generated at the civic level, at the local level first, just as peace and security is, just as stability is. And unless we sort of reorganize and reorient our ideas about where these things, stability, commerce, wealth, emanate from, we're forever going to be stuck in this disconnect between what happens at the national level and what really happens at the local level. So I can rattle off a few things, how to encourage economic growth, particularly by looking at civil society. You need to have civil society representation and voice by, doing something that most governments, frankly, don't want to do, which is increase the capacity and capability of civil society to lobby them, to share their voice with civil society, to share policy-making spaces with civil society, to promote local actors, which means actually focusing on and privileging and promoting local knowledge and expertise, perhaps over some of the other types of expertise that we've seen, to value the grassroots rather than see it as a tick box exercise. We've got to talk to the people at the grassroots. That's everyone. To make sure that, we look after communities, because communities look after themselves. And of course, the idea that you have to have equitable and sustainable growth. On the panel before, one of the ladies at the back there spoke about how even if you have a civil society, private sector, and government partnership, what you often have is actually there's no guarantee of equal production, or no guarantee of equal distribution, even if you have civil society representation. So actually we need to look beyond some of these, quite nice to have jingoistic terms, and really think about what does it mean to have the right people in the room? What does it mean? Who are the right people? How do we decide that? Who puts service ahead of self-interest, both at the local level and at the national level? And unless we contend with these ideas, unless they inform the framework within which we look at post-coup countries, we're never going to get to a situation where coups don't become the only way of changing government. And so if we're going to instill democratic practices, we actually have to make sure we're working with the right people that ensure that those democratic practices take place, that trust and believe in them, a key issue here being trust, and that actually want to make sure that these processes work. President Goodluck Jonathan earlier said that we need to have the kind of, thinking that looks at the interests of our grandchildren. And that kind of thinking is completely gone. I mean, how many people here can honestly say they come from countries where the interests of even the next generation, let alone the one after that, are being met right now? So I think there's a lot of rethinking that needs to happen. Those are just some ideas. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Judy.
Thank you so much, Khulud. We are running out of time, so let me ask the last question to my dear sister Uri. You've heard from the UN, you've heard from former senior officials within government, and you've heard from civil society. From where you sit as a researcher, at the head of one of the leading research institutions on the African continent, what would be your recommendation around how we manage?
You know, ISS have produced this report, which is rethinking responses to unconstitutional changes of government in West Africa. This was published in June 2024. And the recommendation of that report was relevant and is still relevant today. So that means if you look at transition, much is not changing because we keep going to the same recurring issues. The issue of governance that everybody agree here, the issue of leadership. And then you look at it and we see this deficit of trust between the leaders and the communities, and deficit in providing, social services, deficit to even, of, accountability and so on. So if we want to address the issue, we have identified already what are the problems. We should get to that foundation because we know the core issue. So most of the time, what are we doing? We are addressing the symptom, and we think that we need one or two events. We have a whole list of how transition should be, done. And if it doesn't go that way, then we don't know what is the plan B. Because we have a very, some kind of blueprint how transition should go. But we forget that the landscape has changed, that the expectation of our youth is different because of social media and all this technology going on. So they know what they want from their government. And they want changes. And their trust has been broken so many times. And this is not about civilian who is in power, civilian or military. The bottom line is military did not, they did not provide as the civilian have failed also. So the issue again is about leadership. How do we change fundamentally all these core issues that are here? And even the institutions which are supposed to provide solutions, we see that there are issues inside those institutions. Yesterday, I was sitting here, and we look at the stage, and we are talking about integration, inclusion of women, and inclusion of youth. But the podium, how many women were here? How many youth were represented? But we are preaching, we continue to do this tokenism and to talk about, to talk about those issues. So we need to look at fundamentally, honestly, because we spend a lot of resources. This space is important for us to come and talk. But the people who are left behind, our researchers are on the ground. And women are struggling with terrorism issues. They cannot go out to get food for their children and so on. Young girls are being trafficked when they are promised to have jobs and they find themselves in prostitution, in the mine, and so on. So our population are struggling, and they want to see the dividend of the changes and so on. But the social contract is broken. And so there are certain steps we need to take. We need to depoliticize the security forces so that, they are professionalized and they are Republican, military or security sector, and they focus on their core issue on providing security for the population and then, fighting for, fighting terrorism and so on. We need to depoliticize and then have security sector reform. It's being done, but again, why do we keep having the same recurring issues? Something is failing. Another thing is our population struggling. Again, most of the services we are not able to provide, healthcare, education for the population, potable water, agriculture, and so on. As long as we don't provide that one, whoever is in power, what took the people in the street, they will go back again. Because when they don't see the peace dividend, they will go back again. So the bottom line is, again, I was so happy when I heard some of our speakers talking about leadership. And I always say that we keep talking about President Goodluck, President Traoré from Mali. And we have so many leaders in Africa. I refuse for anybody to tell me that Africa did not produce the most consequential leaders on this earth. We have leaders like Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara. We have leaders, all the forefathers who came, Modibo Keita and so on. They were not perfect, but they have left solid legacy for us to build on. At the same time, Africa did not produce all those dictators and criminals who did World War II, World War I, and God knows what. They were not Africans. So we have so much to build on. We have the resources and we have the resilience because we've been going through so many things with external actors and so on. Why is it that still we are sitting here?
Very, very profound. No, thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I would not even attempt to summarize what has been said, but the masterclass that was provided by Yakub on transitions will certainly be shared to all of us. I think it's important, will certainly be shared to all of us. I think it's important, and some of the recommendations will be captured by the rapporteurs as well. But let's transformation. On that note, thank you so much, Your Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, for listening, and to our panelists as well, a round of applause to all of them. Thank you, and I think it's lunchtime.